Greetings, Petrolheads. Welcome back to our deep dive into the next chapter of Formula One, the 1958 season. The year that could best be described as the end of the beginning. The final chapter in what many now call the gentleman's era of Formula One. Though the calendar still reads the 1950s, and though front-engine machines still thunder down the straights, a new current has begun to stir within the sport. What began in 1950 as a post-war dream built on borrowed circuits and borrowed time is now evolving into something faster, sharper, more professional, and in many ways, more brutal. This year, the sport sheds more of its early skin. Changes are everywhere. For the first time, Formula One crowns not only a world champion driver, but also the world's top constructor. The International Cup for manufacturers begins, but the rules were clear. Only the best result from each Grand Prix would count. There would be no second place in the constructor's mind, only the best, or nothing. Shared drives, that quaint symbol of camaraderie from the early days, no longer count for championship points. From now on, a driver's glory must be earned alone. Race distances are reduced to 300 kilometers, or 2 hours, whichever comes first. A small change on paper, but one that signaled the end of brutal marathon races across deadly terrain. And most shockingly of all, Maserati is gone. The Italian marque, whose red thunderbolts delivered Fangio to his 5th crown only last season, has withdrawn from Grand Prix racing altogether. Financial strain has silenced their glorious 250F. They depart not in disgrace, but in legend. But where one icon falls, another rises. A name new to Formula One arrives this year, Lotus. What begins now as a modest entry will go on to redefine the very shape, soul, and science of motor racing. History will remember 1958 as the year Chapman arrived and never looked back. This will also be the last season, ever, where front-engine cars dominate. Unbeknownst to many, the rear-engine revolution is already beginning to bubble beneath the surface. Some familiar races return. The Dutch and Belgian Grand Prix are back on the calendar, having been cancelled in 1956 and 1957 due to the Suez Crisis. But Pescara, the mammoth of danger, was dropped. It had served its purpose. And we travel to new lands, Portugal and Morocco, both hosting their very first World Championship events. The French Grand Prix returns to its historic home in Ramsgau, and Britain's Grand Prix once again alternates back to Silverstone. It is also a year of hellos and farewells. The great Juan Manuel Fangio, the maestro himself, begins what will become his final Formula One season. At the other end of the paddock, new names emerge, untested, hungry, unforgettable. Phil Hill, Bruce McLaren, Graham Hill, and Maria Teresa de Filippis, the first woman to compete in Formula One. Even Bernie Ecclestone and Carroll Shelby take a turn behind the wheel, each not yet aware of the future they would shape. But as with every year in Formula One's early chapters, the romance of speed comes at a terrible cost. 4 drivers will perish this season, 4 lives lost in the endless chase for glory. The calendar ends not only with a champion, but with a heavy silence that reminds us all, in 1958, motor racing remains the world's most dangerous sport. And then, there are the technical rules. No minimum weight limit, no engine configuration restrictions. Engines must be either 2.5-litre naturally aspirated or 750cc supercharged, though no team dares to run a supercharged motor this season. But perhaps most controversially of all, alcohol-based fuels are out. Avgas, aviation gasoline, is now mandatory. The change causes confusion, frustration, and fury. Engines must be retuned. Some manufacturers struggle, protests are raised, but the rule remains. And for the first time, the World Championship would stretch longer than ever before. 11 rounds, each a battlefield in its own right. Argentina, Monaco, the Netherlands, United States, Belgium, France, Britain, Germany, Portugal, Italy, and finally, Morocco. And so, we begin. The final season of the first Formula One era. The last before the sport becomes something entirely different. A season where technology, politics, and danger collide. The last breath of the gentleman racer, and the first pulse of modern Formula One. This is 1958. So, welcome back in Argentina. It's the 19th of January, and for those coming from Europe, it's the perfect escape from the freezing winter. The scene is familiar, the same sun-bleached grandstands, the same restless hum of engines. We are once again at the Autódromo Municipal Ciudad de Buenos Aires. The weather? Exactly as expected. Hot, dry, muy caliente, as the locals would say. But behind the shimmering heat haze, this weekend hides a rather sad truth. Only 10 cars have gathered for this Grand Prix, an absolute negative record in Formula One history so far. The reasons? The newly implemented Avgas fuel situation and the crushing costs of dragging a team halfway across the globe. The result is a grid that feels almost like a family gathering. Only the wealthy teams and the determined locals have made the journey. Still, even with so few competitors, the air is thick with tension. Scuderia Ferrari has arrived in Argentina with renewed purpose. The Lancia Ferrari hybrid of 1957 had been little more than a stubborn mule, hopelessly outclassed. This year, they have spared no time, no effort, and certainly no lira. The result is the brand new Ferrari 246, a machine born to restore the Scuderia's pride. It was a revolution in scarlet. For the first time in Formula One history, a team arrived on the grid armed with a V6 engine, the Ferrari 143, a layout that would set a new direction for the sport. The Ferrari 246 was the brainchild of the Dino project, a tribute to Enzo Ferrari's late son, and it stood apart from anything Maranello had produced before. Beneath the long, elegant bonnet lay a 2.4-litre, 147.5 cubic inch Dino V6, set at a 65-degree angle between its cylinder banks, a precise choice for balance, smoothness, and breathing efficiency. This power plant was no mere experiment. It roared with authority, producing 280 horsepower at a dizzying 8,500 RPM. It was a mechanical symphony, every note sharp and purposeful, sending power through a conventional front-engine layout, but with a soul that was anything but conventional. The chassis is a re-engineered tubular steel space frame, designed to be lighter yet stronger, with weight distribution carefully honed to complement the V6's placement. Drum brakes remain, 4 of them, large and finned for cooling, as disc technology has yet to take root in Maranello. The suspension follows Ferrari tradition, double wishbones and coil springs at the front, a de Dion tube at the rear, giving that distinctive Ferrari blend of stability and agility. In essence, the Ferrari 246 F1 was more than a car. It was a bold statement. Maranello would no longer simply refine existing ideas, they would create their own. And the driver lineup? Enzo Ferrari came to Argentina with brutal force. Peter Collins, Mike Hawthorne, and Luigi Musso, a trio every other team would happy to have as their own. And that's it. Ferrari is the only works entry in Argentina. Every other driver lines up as a privateer, their cars prepared without the deep resources of a factory team. And you can rightly ask, what about Fangio? Well, he has joined Scuderia Sudamericana, a local outfit relying on the trusty Maserati 250F, but without a shred of support from Modena. By his side stands Carlos Menditegui, a fellow Argentine whose natural speed is matched only by his unpredictable nature. Another privateer joining the field is Stirling Moss, a fantastic driver and without doubt the most promising talent in Formula One today. Last year he drove for Van Wall, but with the team unable to make the trip to Buenos Aires, Moss has thrown in his lot with Rob Walker Racing, taking the wheel of a Cooper T43 Climax. Unlike Ferraris and Maseratis 2.5-litre machines, Moss's Cooper is powered by a smaller 2-litre engine, meaning he will have to push as hard as he dares to achieve anything at this Grand Prix. It is yet another team without the factory's hand behind it, but Moss couldn't care less. He came here to race at any cost. The rest of the field, Bera, Shell, Godia, and Gould, have all arrived in Maseratis, each of them without a scrap of factory backing. But with only 10 cars making up the grid, every one of them holds a very real chance to snatch a point or two, should the big boys' toys falter. It is the smallest number of starters Formula One has ever seen. Still, more drivers will finish this race than the 2005 United States Grand Prix. That race, of course, was a complete joke. From the very first laps of practice, it was clear who ruled Buenos Aires. Juan Manuel Fangio, roared on by his home crowd, hustled his Maserati around in a stunning 1 minute 42 seconds flat, breaking the circuit record by 6/10 and leaving no doubt as to his intent. Ferrari's 3 new machines weren't far behind, despite battling a dose of understeer, a typical Ferrari syndrome, as any fan of Lauda, Villeneuve, Schumacher, or Leclerc could tell you. John Bera, driving a privateer Maserati, split the Ferraris by claiming 4th place on the grid. The biggest challenge came for Sterling Moss. His Rob Walker Cooper, with its modest 2-litre engine, was already down around 100 horsepower compared to the front runners. If that wasn't enough, the night before qualifying, his newlywed wife accidentally poked him in the eye. A domestic mishap that had Moss prowling the pits like a pirate, black eye patch and all. Unsurprisingly, Moss managed only a handful of flying laps and was forced to settle for 7th place, 2 seconds adrift of Fangio. The 50s Formula One was a world of quirks, oddities, and unexpected twists, and this race in Buenos Aires would prove no different.
Muy buenos días, señoras y señores. Sean todos ustedes bienvenidos al 6º Gran Premio de la República Argentina, aquí en el Autódromo de la ciudad de Buenos Aires, que hoy abre oficialmente la temporada mundial de automovilismo de 1958.
On race day, Buenos Aires showed a rare kindness, the relentless sun giving way to a blanket of clouds. The sky was overcast, but held no threat of rain, offering a welcome respite from the usual heat that so often torments this Grand Prix.
Señoras y señores, ya tenemos los resultados de la sesión de clasificación para este 6º Gran Premio de la República Argentina. En la primera posición de largada, con un tiempo de 1 minuto 42 segundos exactos, nuestro campeón, nuestro orgullo nacional, Juan Manuel Fangio, con escudería sudamericana. A su lado, en la segunda posición, desde el Reino Unido, Mike Hawthorne con Ferrari a 0,6 segundos. Tercero, también de Gran Bretaña, Peter Collins con Ferrari, con el mismo tiempo que su compañero. En el cuarto lugar, el francés Jean Vera a 0,7 segundos. Quinto, el italiano Luigi Musso con Ferrari a 0,9 segundos del líder. En el sexto lugar, otro de nuestros representantes, Carlos Benditegui con Maserati a 1,7 segundos. Séptimo, el británico Stirling Moss con Cooper Climax a 2 segundos. Señoras y señores, los pilotos ya están en la parrilla. En pocos segundos dará comienzo una carrera difícil. 80 vueltas, 312,9 kilómetros o 194,4 millas de pura emoción. Hoy el calor no será un problema. Tenemos un cielo inusualmente nublado, pero les prometo, no habrá lluvia. Todo está listo. El mundo mira a Buenos Aires. Señoras y señores, el Campeonato Mundial de Fórmula 1 de 1958 comienza aquí, ahora mismo. Griten por nuestros héroes, porque el Gran Premio de la República Argentina empieza ahora.
As the Argentine flag waved, a burst of engines echoed across the circuit, and the field surged forward. But barely had they cleared the starting line when disaster struck. Peter Collins's Ferrari suffered a catastrophic drive shaft failure. The Englishman's hopes dashed before he'd even get to the first turn. This mechanical betrayal forced him to limp off the track and into retirement without a fight. The rest of the field roared away cleanly, but it was John Behra who snatched the early advantage, powering into the lead with ruthless intent. Meanwhile, Fangio made a characteristically sluggish getaway, dropping back to fourth. By now, it was becoming something of a trademark move. The champion deliberately easing off the throttle, only to pick off his rivals one by one later on, putting on a thrilling show for the home crowd. By lap 2, Mike Hawthorn showed he was no stranger to Ferrari's infamous understeer. Not only did he wrestle the car into submission, but he also launched a fierce assault on Behra. The pressure proved too much for the Frenchman, who cracked under the onslaught, as Hawthorn surged past to seize the lead. Trouble was brewing for Stirling Moss as his Cooper began to falter, the gearbox losing second gear, the transmission showing clear signs of distress. With his pace bleeding away, Moss was an easy target for Fangio, who seized the opportunity without hesitation and powered past the struggling Cooper. Luigi Musso must have been burning with embarrassment after his lackluster qualifying performance. Determined to make amends, he slammed the throttle wide open and went on a furious charge. One by one, he sliced past Shell, Menditagai, and Moss, leaving them in his wake. By lap 4, Musso had clawed his way up to fourth place, a blistering response from the Italian, reminding everyone that Ferrari's troubles with understeer weren't going to keep him down for long. For the next few laps, the order held firm, Hawthorn leading, followed by Behra, Fangio, Musso, and Moss in fifth. But of course, Fangio was determined to show exactly what 5 world championships meant. First, he methodically slipped past Behra. Then, after a thrilling dance of skill and speed with Hawthorn's Ferrari, he claimed the lead. By lap 10, the maestro was back at the front, and the local crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Over the next few laps, Fangio began to stretch his legs. At ease with the car, the circuit, and the rhythm of the race, the Argentine maestro somehow lapped quicker than the brand new Ferraris chasing him. Then came the statement, a fastest lap of 1 minute 41.8 seconds, 0.2 quicker than his own qualifying time. Despite running on used tires and with no urgency to push, the maestro simply couldn't stop being astonishingly fast. By lap 18, Stirling Moss had clearly decided that missing second gear was a mere inconvenience. He closed in rapidly on Behra, the Frenchman doing his best to shake him off, but simply unable to match the Cooper's pace in the corners. Moss spotted the gap and pounced, sweeping past with ease. But he wasn't done yet. With the bit between his teeth, Moss chased down Hawthorn, and what followed was a tantalizing glimpse of the sport's future, the brute force of a front-engined Ferrari versus the nimble agility of a rear-engined Cooper. And this Cooper was in the hands of Moss, which meant it was being driven to the ragged edge. It didn't take long before he slipped by the Ferrari, astonishingly, without the use of second gear. A living legend in action, and now up to second place. Around lap 27, Hawthorn notices his oil pressure has all but vanished, forcing him to ease off. Behra, catching the scent of opportunity, wastes no time. He sweeps past and snatches third place without breaking a sweat. But even with the reduced pace, the Ferrari's heart still falters, refusing to recover. Hawthorn is forced to dive into the pits. The stop is swift, hands flying, wrenches clattering. But as the mechanics feverishly top up the oil, Musso surges past. This engine may be a marvel of modern engineering, a glimpse into Ferrari's future. Yet in this brutal contest, it proves that brilliance still demands perfection. On lap 35, trouble strikes the leader. Fangio's pace begins to fade, the left rear tire all but destroyed. If he wants to stay in the fight, a stop is unavoidable. But in the 1950s, a pit stop is an eternity, and by the time the fresh rubber is fitted and the Maserati is sent back out, the maestro has tumbled to fourth. The chase must begin all over again, but at least now he has a brand new set beneath him and plenty of road left to hunt. But something is amiss in the Maserati. Fangio simply can't find the pace. Soon, the cause reveals itself. The the engine has developed a stubborn misfire. It seems the Maestro's chances of thrilling the home crowd are slipping away, lap by lap. On lap 49, Beira's tyres cry enough. He has no choice but to pit and sort it out, knowing full well what it means. A lengthy stop, and the end of his podium hopes. From second, he tumbles to fifth. For the Frenchman, whose career is littered with near misses, this is just another cruel chapter. Meanwhile at the front, Moss is in complete command, holding a huge margin. If both he and the car last the distance, this could be historic, a miracle for Cooper. And if anyone can conjure miracles, it's Moss. Only last year he delivered Van Wall's first, second, and third victories, proving both his blistering pace and the car's worth. But behind him, the fight for third is igniting. Hawthorne has caught the ailing, misfiring Maserati of Fangio. A brief tussle follows, but the Maestro can't hold him back. The Ferrari sweeps through. Hawthorne is up to third. By lap 65, the Scuderia catch wind of Moss's audacious plan, attempting to finish the race on a single set of tyres. The orders come swiftly to Musso and Hawthorne. It's time to push flat out. But the Cooper is a different beast altogether. Light, nimble, and mercilessly kind on its rubber. Still, the gap between Musso and Moss stretches to a daunting 30 seconds. Undeterred, Musso digs deep, wringing every last ounce of performance from the new Ferrari, desperate to close the distance. The final 15 laps unfold as a relentless chase, with Musso closing in on Moss at a remarkable rate. The Italian flies, shaving nearly 2 seconds off each lap, compared to the limping Cooper ahead. Moss's tyres are shot to pieces. To preserve what little grip remains, he's forced to dance on the grass at nearly every corner, cooling his battered rubber as best he can. Is it dangerous? Absolutely. But backing off is not in Moss's vocabulary. He pushes on, fearless and unyielding, determined to cling to his lead no matter the cost. They thunder onto the final lap, Musso trailing by a mere 5 seconds. But Moss knows this isn't just another win. This is history in the making. As he crosses the finish line, the magic becomes reality. Moss has done it. He claims victory and delivers Cooper their greatest moment yet, their very first Grand Prix triumph. Remember, this was achieved in a car down by nearly 100 horsepower to its rivals, with no second gear for almost the entire race. Sterling Moss, once again, proves he is truly the crème de la crème. Musso crossed the line just moments after the Englishman. Though missing out on victory by mere seconds, the Italian showed no sign of disappointment, clearly satisfied with second place and the 6 valuable points earned. Third place went to another Ferrari driver, Mike Hawthorne. His day might have been brighter were it not for an unscheduled pit stop, but the Englishman still managed to secure a double podium for the Scuderia. Meanwhile, the local hero, Juan Manuel Fangio, was among the race's great sufferers. Plagued by engine troubles and tyre woes, he was denied a 5th consecutive home victory. The 5-time world champion had to settle for 4th place and a single point for the fastest lap. The final 2 points for 5th place went to John Beira, whose own race was marred by serious tyre problems and an unscheduled pit stop. Well, dear viewers, what a way to kick off the season. History has been made today. Cooper grabs their very first win, and it wasn't just any win. It's the first time a rear-engined car has taken the checkered flag since Formula One kicked off back in 1950. A shot across the bow before the storm that will completely reshape Formula One. The season has truly begun, and of course Sterling Moss did what Sterling Moss does best, delivering brilliance, even with mechanical gremlins and a damaged eye. And if you're curious to see just how Moss's tyre looked after this grueling race, there's a link in the description to Rob Walker Racing's website. So, the first Grand Prix is complete, a proper warm-up. Next, we head to the shining jewel of the European continent, the glamorous streets of Monte Carlo, for the Monaco Grand Prix. See you there. Once again, the eyes of the motor racing world turned to the glittering streets of Monte Carlo. The harbour, the casino, the narrow tunnel, all set the stage for a contest where fortunes can change in an instant. This is the second race of the season, the first on European soil. And as tradition demands, an extraordinary number of drivers arrived in the Principality, all eager for a chance at glory. Yet in the end, only the 16 fastest qualifiers would be granted the honour of taking the start. But this is no ordinary Grand Prix. Here, the changes, the improvements, and the surprises of a transforming sport are laid bare. All predictability is gone. Every expectation carries as much disappointment as it does surprise. New faces step forward hungry for recognition. Veterans fight to defend their honour, and the championship itself begins to take on a new and uncertain shape. Dear viewers, fasten your seatbelts. This is the 1958 Monaco Grand Prix, a race that has so much to offer, and one we are thrilled to share with you. And honestly, it's difficult to decide where to begin. But let us start with the factory teams. Scuderia Ferrari arrives in Monaco, with expectations set as high as the Riviera Hills. After finishing second and third in Argentina, the team from Maranello looks determined to go one better here in Monte Carlo. Their weapon is the brand new Ferrari 246 Dino. Sleek, agile, and already competitive right from the start of the season. The Dino represents the latest step in Ferrari's relentless pursuit of perfection. Every line, every detail, is designed to conquer the twisting streets of Monaco, and the Tifosi believe this may be the machine to do it. But as always, Ferrari's greatest strength lies not only in its cars, but in its drivers. Peter Collins, Mike Hawthorne, Luigi Musso, and now joined by the promising Wolfgang von Trips. Together, they form perhaps the most formidable squad Ferrari has ever assembled. The setting could not be more dramatic. Monaco, Ferrari, and a lineup of superstars in scarlet red. The expectations for Maranello were not just high, they were stratospheric. From Maranello, we turn to Van Wall, the pride of British engineering. For the green cars of Acton, Monaco marked their first race of the season. Argentina had been missed. The difficulties of transporting a team across the Atlantic and the Avgas fuel transition had proved too great a burden. Yet if Van Wall was absent in South America, their time was not wasted. The engineers used those extra months in the garage to refine and reinvent their machines. The updated engines received new pistons, the exhaust system was completely redesigned, and lightweight magnesium alloy wheels were fitted, shaving precious weight from the cars. But no matter the machinery, it is the drivers who bring it to life, and Van Wall's lineup was nothing short of formidable. Stirling Moss, the greatest British hope, returned to his original team. Though he led the championship after victory in Argentina, it was a triumph achieved in a Cooper. Now, back in the green Van Wall, all eyes were on him. Alongside Moss stood Tony Brooks, the racing dentist, and completing the trio, Stuart Lewis Evans, young and ambitious, eager to prove his worth among the giants. For the unforgiving streets of Monte Carlo, Van Wall equipped their cars with wider nose cowlings, reinforced with bumper bars, intended to lessen the consequences of the inevitable collisions that came with racing in the Principality. For the British team, Monaco was not only the start of their season, it was a test of their progress and a chance to prove that the work in the shadows had been worth the wait. Next, we turn to BRM, a team arriving in Monaco under a cloud of modest expectations. Alfred Owen's squad, plagued by misfortune and setbacks over the past 2 seasons, had struggled to make a mark on the championship. Yet, despite their troubles, the team presented updated BRMP 25 cars, machines refined and improved, if still battling the ghosts of past difficulties. Behind the wheel, experience guided their efforts. Jean Behra, a Frenchman of undeniable speed. Harry Schell, the American with nerves of steel. For BRM, Monaco was not expected to yield glory. Yet in a race defined by twists, narrow streets and surprises, even the underdog could make history. On the other hand, Cooper arrived in Monaco riding a wave of optimism. Last year, the team had surprised the racing world as an underpowered car, expertly driven by Jack Brabham, fought for a podium at Monaco, only to be denied glory when fuel ran out in the closing laps. Argentina offered further reason for confidence, though victory came not in a factory Cooper, but under the banner of Rob Walker's private team. A win is a win, and it proved that Cooper's design, determination, and ingenuity were finally paying dividends. For the Monaco Grand Prix, the lineup remained unchanged from the previous year. Behind the wheel, the ever-talented Jack Brabham led the charge, accompanied by the experienced and steady Roy Salvadori. And then there's Rob Walker's team, arriving in Monaco not as a works entry, but as a proud privateer. Their choice of machinery was unsurprising. The reliable and nimble Cooper, the very same car that had delivered victory in Argentina. With Sterling Moss returning to Vanwall, the spotlight now fell on Maurice Trintignant and Ron Flockhart, who formed the backbone of Walker's effort in the Principality. Experienced, determined, and eager to prove that privateers could still make their mark, these men embodied the fighting spirit that had always defined Rob Walker's team. And now, let us turn our attention to a brand new team, making their very first appearance in a Formula One event, a team that every hardcore F1 fan will always have a soft spot for, Team Lotus. Colin Chapman, formerly the chief engineer at Vanwall, brought with him a wealth of groundbreaking ideas and the mind of a genuine mastermind. He had tasted success helping others, but Chapman had a dream, to create his own team and his own car. Here in Monaco, he took the crucial first step, entering the world of Formula One under his own banner. The car, the Lotus 12, a machine built to embody Chapman's principles, lightness, efficiency, and ingenuity. To fully exploit the Coventry Climax engine, it was designed with low weight and minimal drag, relying on a space frame construction. The driver sat lower than in any previous car, with a clever reduction in the height of the transmission tunnel, thanks to a conceptually brilliant 5-speed sequential shift transaxle mounted at the rear. The Lotus 12 also marked the debut of the now iconic wobbly web wheels, cast in magnesium alloy, crimped cylinders of metal, light yet strong, designed to minimize material while maximizing resilience, a hallmark of Chapman's obsession with engineering for lightness. Originally, the more advanced Lotus 16 was intended for Monaco, but it was not yet ready. So the rookie Lotus team arrived in Monte Carlo, first season, first Monaco Grand Prix, and 2 absolute rookie drivers. Behind the wheel, Cliff Allison, who began his career in a Formula 3 Cooper 500 in 1953 before catching Chapman's eye, would take on the challenge. Alongside him, Graham Hill, the man who would one day earn the nickname Mr. Monaco, made his F1 debut, and what a debut it was, on the very streets that would become his kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, Lotus has arrived. And speaking of legendary names, Monaco marked the first appearance of Bernie Ecclestone in Formula One, though few would have predicted the empire he would one day build. Bernie's first team wasn't Brabham, as many might assume. It was the Connaught team, which he had purchased just the year before. Yet the cars he entered offered little in the way of magic. 2 Connaught Type B machines, first introduced in 1955. Though one of these cars had tasted victory at the 1955 Syracuse Grand Prix, that triumph was already beginning to fade into memory. Behind the wheel, Ecclestone enlisted American rookie Bruce Kessler, alongside Paul Emery, a designer driver who had built a series of front-wheel drive 500cc Formula 3 cars under the Emerson name. Of course, Monaco 1958 also welcomed a number of privateers, bringing diversity, courage, and character to the grid. Among them, perhaps the most memorable, was Maria Teresa de Filippis, the very first woman to compete in the daring, chaotic world of Formula One. Fearless and passionate, she carried herself with poise in a sport dominated entirely by men. And she was not alone in her preparation. Juan Manuel Fangio, the 5-time world champion, took her under his wing during the season, offering advice drawn from years of unparalleled experience. In a 2006 interview, De Filippis recalled Fangio's counsel: "You go too fast, you take too many risks." Words of caution from a master, yet never a deterrent to her indomitable spirit. But wait, What about Juan Manuel Fangio? The absolute legend of the sport was missing from Monaco, practicing for the upcoming Indy 500. This meant that, for a rare moment in Formula One, there was no reigning world champion on the grid. Yet Monaco always has its surprises. Enter Louis Chiron, the hero of Bugatti, making his final attempt in racing. While the entire grid was born in the 20th century, Chiron stood apart, the only driver born in the 19th century, a living link to the earliest days of Grand Prix racing. A grid like this had never been seen before. New teams and legends, privateers and pioneers, rookies and veterans. This convergence of talent, experience, and ambition marked Monaco 1958 as one of the greatest spectacles of the decade, perhaps the very peak of the 1950s in Formula One.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monte Carlo, welcome to the Duel of the Riviera, and to the stage of the 1958 Monaco Grand Prix. Here on this narrow, twisting street, the very cream of motor racing has gathered. The finest teams, the bravest drivers, the most beautiful machines, all assembled to test themselves against the most unforgiving circuit in the world. Not less than 30 of the world's finest drivers have descended upon these narrow streets, all chasing the same dream. A place on the starting grid of the Monaco Grand Prix. But the rules are merciless. The Automobile Club de Monaco allows only 16 machines to take the start. 14 men, after days of practice and qualifying, must now resign themselves to watching from the sidelines. Their ambitions ended before the race even begins. And today, history is made. A new force enters the world of Grand Prix racing, Team Lotus. College captain's vision, his dream brought to life, begins right here in Monaco.
Practice for the Monaco Grand Prix opened under blazing sunshine, the narrow streets alive with the sound of engines. Veterans eased into their rhythm, while rookies struggled with the endless corners, the tunnel, and the polished surface. And then came the shock. Jean Behra, in the new BRM P25, hurled his car down to 1 minute 40.8 seconds. Faster than Fangio's race record, faster than Ferrari, faster even than the mighty Van Walls. For a moment, Monaco belonged to BRM. Ferrari, usually the titans of the sport, were clearly on the back foot. Their cars looked nervous on the streets of Monaco. Stiff suspensions and awkward gearing robbed them of their usual elegance. Musso, Collins, Hawthorne, and young Von Trips wrestled the Scarlet machines. But the stopwatch told the truth. Ferrari simply didn't have the pace to match the front-runners. Across the paddock, Van Wall began their season cautiously, but the pressure was already building. Sterling Moss, their star, grew visibly frustrated. His car felt wrong. The steering, the suspension, the very heartbeat of the machine seemed out of sync. So disillusioned was Moss that he climbed out, refusing to waste more effort on a car that wasn't worthy. But while Moss simmered in the pits, his teammate Tony Brooks seized the stage. On Friday morning, the circuit cooled under gathering clouds, and Brooks attacked. Lap after lap, he pressed harder, dancing the green Van Wall millimeters from the barriers. The tension grew with every pass across the line until finally, the timing boards confirmed it. 1 minute 39.8 seconds, the fastest lap Monaco had ever seen. Faster than Behra's brilliant BRM, faster than Ferrari, faster than anyone in history. In that instant, Brooks didn't just take provisional pole, he redefined the limits of Monaco. Behind the giants, the Coopers of Brabham and Salvadori were flying, joined by Trintignant in Rob Walker's private entry, proof that the underdogs were no longer to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lotus endured a baptism of fire. Allison sidelined with mechanical trouble, Hill damaging his car against a curb. Hard lessons for rookies in the toughest arena of all. But many drivers couldn't squeeze into the top 16. Maria Teresa de Filippis gave it everything, but her best lap was 11 seconds shy of pole. Still, she outpaced 6 others, including Testut, Piotti, and Gould, a proud achievement. The real shock came from the bottom. Bernie Ecclestone, Connaught's owner, attempted a run. His lap? More than 63 seconds slower than Brooks. He insisted it wasn't serious, but the embarrassment meant he never tried again.
And And now, after a difficult, dramatic and thrilling fight against the clock, here is how the grid has been decided. On pole position, it is Britain's own Tony Brooks, mastering his van wall around these tight corners with a blistering time of 1 minute 39.8 seconds, the only man under 140 this weekend. Alongside him in second place, the pride of France, Jean Bernard in the BRF, just a single second adrift. In third, what a surprise, the young Australian, Jack Brabham, bringing every ounce of speed from his little Cooper, just 1.2 seconds away from pole. And next to him, in fourth, another Cooper, this one in the hands of Roy Salvadori, equally matched on time. The Coopers truly showing their strength here in Monaco. Maurice Trintignant, the Monaco winner of 1955, now driving Rob Walker's Cooper in fifth place, followed by Mike Hoffman in the Scarlet Ferrari, sixth on the grid. Behind them, two more British cars. In seventh, Stuart Lewis Evans, the van wall, and in eighth, none other than Sterling Moss, unusually far back from the instrument, struggling with his van wall, but still very much contested. Completing the top 10, the rest of the Ferrari Armada. In ninth, stylish and daring Peter Collins, and in 10th, Italy's own Luigi Musso, determined to carry the flag for the Scuderia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. We are just seconds away from the start of what promises to be a grueling contest. 100 laps around these unforgiving streets of Monte Carlo. That's 314.5 kilometers, or 195.4 miles. Every single meter demanding absolute perfection, testing not only the drivers, but also the very limits of their machines. The engines are rumbling. The tension is unbearable. World is watching. Are you ready, Monaco? Then let the Riviera hear you. Scream, cheer and roar for the heroes of the day, because the 1958 Monaco Grand Prix is on the way.
Tony Brooks rockets off the line, a perfect start that launches him like a missile into the first corner. Right behind him, John Behra and Jack Brabham follow in hot pursuit, the pack surging forward in a blur of colour, noise and pure adrenaline. As always, Sterling Moss is a man in motion, lightning fast off the line, slicing through the field with surgical precision, already up to fourth place before the first lap is complete. Right behind Brabham, the Cooper driver defended fiercely, but Moss was relentless. With a daring, perfectly timed move, he slipped past and secured third position. It was a reminder of just how small and agile these 1950s machines truly were, nimble enough to dance through Monaco's narrow streets in a way the monstrous machines of later decades could only dream of. By lap 5, Hawthorne in the Ferrari was keeping steady pressure on Brabham. His persistence paid off, and he slipped past to take fourth place, moving Brabham down a spot. The Ferrari settled into position, showing that careful driving and timing could make all the difference on Monaco's tight streets. Proven this, Hawthorne was on fire today. He closed in on Moss, and in the blink of an eye, he was through, breaking into the top 3. By now, the field had already spread out. The top 3 were gone, Behra leading, Brooks in second, and the madman Hawthorne blazing in third. Jack Brabham was struggling, unable to find the pace he needed. On lap 15, he was forced to let Trintignant through. Musso slipped by as well, dropping the Australian back to 7th place. With a fifth of the race complete, Brooks's van wall began to fade. In a single lap, both Hawthorne and Moss swept past him with ease, pushing Brooks down to 4th place. It was a bad omen for the van walls, their early promise now under question, but at least there was one glimmer of hope. Moss was still at full power, charging forward with the speed and confidence that kept the team's hopes alive. Back to Brabham, his steady drop through the field was no mystery anymore. A failed anti-roll bar left him struggling, forced to nurse the Cooper cautiously around the circuit. First, Collins pounced, slipping past with ease. And right behind him, Von Trips sensed the same opportunity and struck as well, pushing the Australian further back to 9th place. Right after, the Aussie had no choice. Brabham dived into the pits, hoping to get the anti-roll bar fixed. But the stop dragged on far too long, even by 1950 standards, and when he finally rejoined, he had fallen all the way to dead last. In the middle of the field, Joe Bonnier and Cliff Allison were locked in a long, spirited duel. The young Swede fought fiercely to keep the Lotus at bay, defending his Maserati with everything he had. But by lap 23, Allison finally found the gap. With a confident move, he slipped through and claimed 11th place. And that in itself was remarkable. Even the fact that the Lotuses were still running was a small miracle. This was their first ever Grand Prix, and here was the Lotus 12, not just surviving but overtaking the trusty warhorse, the Maserati 250F.
And there is Graham Hill, born in Hampstead, London, 29 years old, a young man stepping onto the world stage for the very first time. Behind the wheel of a Lotus, in their very first Grand Prix, Hill represents both a fresh talent and a bold new chapter in the sport. Remember this face. Remember this name.
After a few cautious laps of nursing his car, Tony Brooks's van wall gave up the fight. The engine suddenly cut out, leaving him no choice but to pull over and park at the side of the road. When Brooks popped the bonnet, the problem revealed itself. Just one spark plug had come loose from the cylinder head. Such a small failure, yet it was enough to end his race. Another van wall was gone. And now, with two cars out, things were starting to look very serious for the team. Meanwhile at the front, Jean Behra was pushing as hard as ever. So many times he had come close to that elusive maiden Grand Prix victory, perhaps this was finally his chance. But fate had other plans. Just like a certain Chris Amon would be years later, Behra's luck seemed cursed. The BRM's brakes began to fade badly, forcing him to tiptoe through the corners. And all the while, the madman Hawthorne loomed larger and larger in his mirrors. By lap 29, it was hopeless. Behra pulled into the pits, only to discover his race was over. Another cruel twist in his long chase for victory. Just a few laps later, another BRM ran into trouble. Harry Schell began losing power and had no choice but to pit immediately. The Monaco Grand Prix was proving brutally unforgiving. Mechanical failures were striking everywhere, turning what should have been a battle of skill into a relentless test of survival. Back at the front, Moss was steadily closing the gap to Hawthorne, grinding down the distance lap by lap. Soon, he caught the Ferrari, and under the relentless pressure, Hawthorne had no choice but to yield, letting the van wall slip through. But Moss couldn't shake him off. Hawthorne shadowed every move, refusing to give an inch. Then disaster struck. After his furious charge, Moss's van wall developed a misfire. The last remaining van wall was in trouble. Forced to pit, Moss hoped for a quick fix, but the mechanics discovered a serious valve mechanism failure. That was it. Moss's race was over, and with it, Tony van der Velde's team had no cars left running in the Monaco Grand Prix.
And there comes Mike Hawthorne, hailing from Farnham in Surrey, just 29 years old, the fearless English lion. Known for his fiery spirit and dazzling speed in the Scarlet Ferrari, Hawthorne never backs down from a fight. With a smile on track and sheer determination on it, he's one of the most dangerous men to face in a Grand Prix.
With Moss out, Hawthorne went flat out, chasing the extra point for the fastest lap. On lap 45, he nailed it, a blistering 1 minute 40 seconds .6, the quickest of the race so far. But this was the 50s, and stressing an engine came with consequences, even in a Ferrari. Just 3 laps later, the fuel pump mount on Hawthorne's car broke, instantly sapping his speed. He had no choice but to pit and retire, ending his challenge. Yet Ferrari's strength lay in numbers. Even with Hawthorne gone, 3 of their cars were still in the race, keeping the team firmly in contention. Trintignant, in the Cooper, now led the race, a completely unexpected turn of events. But don't forget, he had already won the Monaco Grand Prix in 1955, behind the wheel of a Ferrari. The potential is there. He just has to stay focused and concentrate, navigating every corner with precision to hold on to this surprising advantage. Up to lap 70, the order at the front stayed the same, Trintignant's Cooper leading. chased closely by 3 Ferraris. Meanwhile, trouble struck further back. The Lotus of Graham Hill, who had climbed to 6th place thanks to rivals' misfortunes, dropped out with a broken drive shaft. Still, Cliff Allison remained in the race, keeping the Lotus team's hopes alive. On their very first Grand Prix, there was still a chance to snatch a point, a small but significant victory in its own right. We can understand the safety measures by the Automobile Club of Monaco, allowing only 16 cars to start. But at this point, it hardly mattered. Only 8 cars remained on track. Then, on lap 72, Joe Bonnier, running in 5th, made a mistake and smashed his Maserati to pieces, losing his chance to score his first points. And just like that, the field was reduced to 7 cars. After a chaotic, nail-biting and utterly unpredictable battle, Maurice Trintignant crossed the finish line in triumph, claiming his second Monaco victory and delivering Rob Walker's team their second consecutive win of the season, a stunning achievement for the privateer squad that had defied all expectations. In second place, Luigi Musso surged to the line, adding 6 crucial points to his tally and seizing the lead in the championship. Patient, calculated, and relentless, the Italian driver turned the twists and turns of Monte Carlo to his advantage. Peter Collins brought the Scuderia Ferrari home in 3rd, completing a double podium for the team. Though Collins never possessed the raw pace to chase the lead today, his disciplined drive ensured that Ferrari once again matched their dominant showing in Argentina, proof that the Maranello machines were a force to be reckoned with. Jack Brabham, meanwhile, salvaged a hard-fought 4th place after a costly pit stop had derailed his race. It wasn't enough to challenge for glory, but it marked the first points of his Formula One career, a milestone that hinted at the greatness yet to come. Finally, Harry Schell took 5th, claiming the last points on offer. Despite losing time with a spark plug issue, the American driver brought BRM home, securing their first successful finish since 1951, a rare and hard-won points for the struggling team. Looking at the championship standings after the second race of the season, Luigi Musso takes the lead with 12 points. Remarkably, he has yet to claim a victory, but his consistent and impressive performances are already making a statement. Behind him, Sterling Moss and Maurice Trintignant sit in 2nd and 3rd, both having already claimed wins in the opening rounds, a testament to their pace and skill. Mike Hawthorne holds 4th place with 5 points, while Peter Collins rounds out the top 5 with 4 points. It's still early in the season, and the championship is wide open. With so much talent on the grid, and so many mechanical uncertainties still in play, the standings could change dramatically in the races to come. And in the race for the inaugural Constructors' Championship, Cooper takes an early lead. Remarkably, these points come entirely from the privateer Walker Racing team, but under the rules of the time, Cooper gets the credit, a situation almost unimaginable in today's Formula One. Ferrari sits in 2nd with 12 points. The new 246 Dino is undeniably fast, but the sudden pace of the Coopers has delivered a real shock to the Maranello squad. Meanwhile, Maserati and BRM have little to boast about. Both manufacturers need to find extra speed and reliability if they want to climb the standings and earn more points in the battles ahead. And as for Van Wall, the British outfit remains absent from the leaderboard after missing the season opener and seeing all 3 of their cars retire in Monaco. So, dear viewers, the curtains fall on the 1958 Monaco Grand Prix, a race of sheer unpredictability, heartbreak, and triumph. But the season marches on, and the next challenge awaits at the Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort, where a Dutch driver, Karel Godin de Beaufort, will proudly represent his country on home soil. Make sure to subscribe to Grand Prix TV and join us as we witness more drama, speed, and history unfold in the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd round of the 1958 Formula One World Championship, the Dutch Grand Prix, held here at the famous circuit of Zandvoort. This circuit, nestled in the dunes by the North Sea, carries a history unlike any other. The permanent track you see today rose from the scars of war, built upon the communication roads once laid by the occupying German army. In 1946, Le Mans winner Sammy Davis was invited as design advisor, though much of the layout was dictated by those wartime paths. Zandvoort wasn't just a racetrack. It was a seaside holiday destination with a circuit in the middle of it. Drivers often joked that the real hazards weren't the corners or the rivals, but the sand constantly blowing onto the asphalt and the seagulls stubbornly refusing to give way. Imagine braking late into Tarzan Corner, only to have a bird staring back at you. That's Zandvoort in the 1950s. And now, it's time to look at the men and machines brave enough to tackle it. Since the Monaco Grand Prix had taken place just a week earlier, little had changed in the paddock. The same teams, the same machinery, and the same eager faces, ready once again to test their luck. Ferrari, however, arrived in the Netherlands with renewed determination. Their weapon was the brand new 246 F1 Dino, already quick, but sent back to Maranello after Monaco for fine-tuning. The engineers worked feverishly to adapt its engine and setup for the fast, sweeping dunes of Zandvoort. For this race, Scuderia Ferrari lined up three of their main stars, Peter Collins, Mike Hawthorne, and Luigi Musso. Noticeably absent was Wolfgang von Trips. The young German's relationship with Ferrari had always been peculiar. Since 1956, he had been entrusted with the car only on select occasions, 5 in total. And yet he had already stood on the podium at Monza in 1957. Still, Enzo Ferrari withheld a permanent seat. Von Trips was caught in a strange limbo, talented enough to shine, but not yet a true fixture of the team. That would only change 2 years later, when Ferrari finally granted him full status as a works driver for the 1960 season. Despite failing to score a single championship point so far in 1958, Vanwall arrived at Zandvoort with quiet confidence. The shadow of their 1957 triumph still lingered, proof that both their machines and their drivers had the ability to conquer. Surely, it seemed impossible that such a team could remain mired in bad luck for long. For the Dutch Grand Prix, the lineup remained unchanged. Sterling Moss, Tony Brooks, and Stuart Lewis Evans. 3 proven drivers, each capable of victory and each hungry to finally turn the tide. Their Vanwalls were familiar too, though this time the team unveiled their classic streamlined chassis, sleek and aerodynamic, a machine meant to devour the fast Dutch straights and sweeping bends. The stakes were clear. Vanwall had to prove themselves, not just to the competition, but to their own loyal supporters. Yet pressure was nothing new for a team of this caliber. They had faced it before, and if their cars held together, few doubted their ability to fight for the front. The BRM, Lotus, and Cooper teams took a different path than the giants of Ferrari and Vanwall. Instead of returning home after Monaco, they journeyed straight to Zandvoort, a necessity born not of convenience, but of limited budgets. These outfits could not afford the luxury of cross-continental logistics, and so the road led them directly from Monte Carlo to the dunes of the Netherlands. Yet in the case of Lotus, Colin Chapman had a secret card up his sleeve. Fresh from England, the team received the brand new Coventry Climax FPF 2.2-litre engines, a step forward from their underpowered units. With time on their side, the mechanics mounted the new power plants into the slender Lotus 12 and carried out numerous tests around Zandvoort's fast, sweeping corners. The driver pairing remained unchanged. Cliff Allison and Graham Hill, each still with just a single Grand Prix start to their names. Their experience was minimal, their resources modest, but Lotus approached every weekend as another vital step in their education. For Chapman and his men, Formula One was still a classroom, and Zandvoort would be the next lesson in their steep, relentless learning curve. The Rob Walker racing team arrived at Zandvoort standing tall at the very top of the business, a remarkable achievement for a privateer outfit in the cutthroat world of Formula One. They saw no reason to alter the formula that had just brought them success. Once again, they rolled out their trusted Cooper T45, and once again, it would be in the hands of a single driver, the reigning Monaco victor, Maurice Trintignant. Walker's philosophy was simple but effective. One car, one driver, both tested, both capable of victory. The question now is whether this lean and focused approach can deliver again on the fast, demanding sands of Zandvoort. And of course, no story of 1950s Formula One would be complete without its share of oddities. Here at Zandvoort, the local aristocrat, Count Karel Godin de Beaufort, has taken to the grid in truly unusual fashion. Behind the wheel of his very own 1.5-litre Porsche RSK sports car, a lone Formula 2 machine set against a field of full Formula 1 entries. This curious arrangement was made possible by the Dutch promoters themselves, who welcomed their countryman on one simple condition: that he keep out of the way of the far quicker cars whenever the situation demands. A gentleman's agreement in the purest spirit of the sport.
Dames en heren, hartelijk welkom bij de 6e grote prijs van Nederland, hier op het prachtige circuit van Zandvoort.
Qualifying for the 1958 Dutch Grand Prix stretched across 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, and quickly turned into a showcase of Van Wal's sheer pace and engineering brilliance. From the opening laps of practice, the green machines surged ahead, their drivers carving out times that left the rest of the field scrambling for answers. By the end, the team had achieved the ultimate statement, the entire front row locked out by Van Wal. But the real surprise lay not with Moss or Brooks, but with the youngest of the trio, Stuart Lewis Evans. The crowd erupted as the quiet Englishman, often overshadowed by his teammates, firmly stamped his authority on the field. Behind the Van Wals, the next real challenge came from the British Racing Motors squad. Alfred Owen's team, fresh off their progress in Monaco, again showed that the updated P25 was finally becoming a genuine contender. John Behrer, aggressive and relentless as ever, dragged the car up to an impressive 4th place on the grid, while his teammate Harry Schell wasn't far behind this time, settling into 7th, proof that BRM were beginning to find consistency after years of frustration. And dear viewers, when we speak of notorious understeer, one name always seems to come up: Ferrari. Throughout their history, the Scuderia has been both admired and cursed for 2 defining traits: blistering straight-line speed and notorious understeer. Here at Zandvoort, the new 246 Dino proved no exception. The Scarlet Machines tore down the straights with fury, only to wrestle and drift helplessly through the sweeping corners, their drivers fighting the steering wheel rather than the competition. But one man, Mike Hawthorne, refused to give in. The Englishman threw his Ferrari around with brute strength and sheer will, dragging it into 6th place and saving a little pride for Maranello. His teammates, though, a different story. Luigi Musso could do no better than 12th, and poor Peter Collins slipped and slid his way down to 10th, shaking his head as the car simply would not obey. Meanwhile, while Ferrari wrestled with their understeering beasts, the Coopers were quietly stealing the spotlight. The little rear-engine machines might not have had the raw horsepower of a Ferrari, but on the flowing corners of Zandvoort, balance and agility mattered more than brute force, and the Coopers had plenty of both. Jack Brabham, the tough Australian with grit carved into every lap, proved it best. He didn't just out-qualify Mike Hawthorne's Ferrari, he put himself all the way up into 5th place. And here's where the story gets even spicier. Officially, the team's newest 2.2-litre Coventry Climax engine was assigned to Roy Salvadori, the senior Cooper driver. But Brabham, never one to accept second best, quietly swapped the numbers on the cars and took Salvadori's faster machine for himself. It was a cheeky move, but it worked. The little team from Surbiton had embarrassed the mighty Scuderia Ferrari. The revolution of the rear engine was not just coming, it was already here. Meanwhile, qualifying was a sobering reminder of just how steep the climb remained for Team Lotus. Cliff Allison couldn't quite break into the elite. He had to settle for 11th place, just a 10th of a second shy of Peter Collins' Ferrari. As for Graham Hill, the Formula One Rookies weekend proved even more difficult. He could do no better than 13th fastest. For Colin Chapman's young team, the dream was alive, but Formula One was showing no mercy. And finally, at the very back, the oddest entry of them all, Count Karel Godin de Beaufort with his privately entered Porsche sports car, a Formula 2 machine among thoroughbred Formula 1s. a true throwback to the eccentricities of 1950s racing.
En hier zijn de officiële kwalificatieresultaten voor de 6e grote prijs van Nederland. Eerste plaats, wagen nummer 3 uit het Verenigd Koninkrijk, Stuart Lewis Evans in de vanval. Met een rondetijd van 1 minuut 37,1. Tweede plaats, wagen nummer 1, ook uit het Verenigd Koninkrijk, Sterling Moss in een vanval. Slechts 0,9 seconden trager. Derde plaats, wagen nummer 2, eveneens uit het Verenigd Koninkrijk, Tony Brooks in een vanval. Plus 1,0 seconden. Vierde plaats, wagen nummer 14, de Fransman Jean Vera in een BRM, plus 1,3 seconden. Vijfde plaats, wagen nummer 8, de Australiër Jack Webber in een Cooper, plus 1,4 seconden. Zesde plaats, wagen nummer 5, de Brit Mike Hawthorne in een Ferrari, plus 2,0 seconden. Zevende plaats, wagen nummer 15, de Amerikaan Harry Schell in een BRM, plus 2,1 seconden. Achtste plaats, wagen nummer 9, de Fransman Maurice Trintignant met de Rock Walker Team Cooper, plus 2,1 seconden. De Lotus van Allison en Hill kon zich niet in de top 10 kwalificeren. Maar laten we niet vergeten dat Colin Chapman's team nog een absolute debutant is in de Formule 1. We zijn benieuwd wat de toekomst voor dit Engelse team in petto heeft. En helemaal achteraan, op de laatste startpositie, staat onze lokale held. De 24-jarige baron Karel Pieter Antoni Jan Hubertus Karel Godin de Beaufort in zijn eigen Porsche 550 Spider. Zijn kans op punten is klein, maar hij rijdt voor het publiek. Dus dames en heren, laat het horen. Steunt onze landgenoot met luid gejuich. De lucht boven ons geeft ons die typische sfeer van de grote prijs van Nederland. Grijze wolken, een frisse wind en ja, een kleine kans op regen. Maar dat is niets nieuws hier in de duinen. Het weer is altijd een deel van de uitdaging, een deel van de legende. Vandaag staat de afstand vast volgens de nieuwe regels. 75 ronden, goed voor 314,4 kilometer. Oftewel 195,4 mijl vol snelheid, strijd en uithoudingsvermogen. Alleen de sterkste auto's en de moedigste coureurs halen de finish. En kijk eens naar de startopstelling. De vanwals aan de kop met de woedende Ferraris midden in het veld. Dat is een garantie voor een harde, meedogenloze race, vol duels en aanvallen. De spanning op de tribunes is al elektrisch. We kunnen het niet langer tegenhouden. Dus dames en heren, houdt u vast. De 6e grote prijs van Nederland begint in 3, 2, 1, nu!
As the flag dropped, Sterling Moss leapt off the line like lightning. No surprise there, he's always been a master of the getaway, and once ahead, he's one of the hardest men in the sport to dislodge. Behind him, the pack surged through in unison, each car clawing for space on Zandvoort's narrow strip of tarmac. Yet, remarkably, it was a clean start all around. Not a single mistake, not a single car thrown away, proof that this grid truly gathers the finest drivers in the world. Trouble struck Tony Brooks early on. His van wall began to handle strangely, forcing him to dive into the pits. Brooks climbed out while the mechanics swarmed over the car, carefully checking the wheels and rear end for any obvious fault. But nothing appeared amiss. With no solution in sight, they reluctantly sent him back out. By then, the damage was done. Brooks had lost a mountain of time for no gain, rejoining at the very back of the field, his hopes of a strong finish all but gone. By lap 4, Mike Hawthorne was closing fast on Jack Brabham. The Australian, back in his original car with the smaller engine, did what he could to defend, but the odds were against him. The Ferrari 246 had the strongest engine in the field, and once Hawthorne filled his mirrors, the outcome was inevitable. With little resistance, the Englishman swept past, leaving Brabham powerless to respond. Once unleashed, Hawthorne was a force to be reckoned with. His next target, the new BRM of Jean Vera. The updated car was no slouch, but it was no match for the screaming Ferrari 246. Hawthorne applied relentless pressure, forcing Behra to yield, and just like that, the Englishman was through. Finally, a Ferrari had broken into the points. Peter Collins had clearly seen enough. He pressed down hard on the accelerator, putting Brabham under immediate pressure. But the story of this race was simple. Horsepower spoke louder than skill alone. On lap 6, Collins made his move and swept past Brabham with ease. Brabham's misery deepened, but it wasn't over yet. In his mirrors appeared Cliff Allison's Lotus 12, packing a 2.2-litre engine. The underpowered Cooper could fight with agility, but the Lotus had the edge. Allison seized the moment, slotted past the Australian, and just like that, Brabham tumbled down to 9th place. Back at the sharp end of the field, Moss was already carving out a commanding lead, his Vanwall gliding effortlessly around Zandvoort. But behind him, the real fireworks began. Harry Schell, at the wheel of the newly refined BRM, was in no mood to settle quietly. Lap after lap, he closed the gap on Stuart Lewis-Evans, filling the young Englishman's mirrors. The pressure built relentlessly, Lewis-Evans fighting to keep his composure. But on lap 12, the inevitable came. Schell found his moment, darted past with authority, and snatched second place. The BRM was alive, and the crowd knew it. Schell was on the charge. And then, something no one could have predicted. The underdog story began to write itself. Cliff Allison, in the lightweight but underpowered Lotus, closed in on the scarlet Ferrari of Peter Collins. On paper, it should have been no contest. Ferrari's 246 Dino against a brand new, barely tested Lotus 12. Yet, through the flowing curves of Zandvoort, Chapman's creation danced, nimble and precise, while the Ferrari wrestled with its notorious understeer. The crowd could scarcely believe it. A Lotus ahead of a Ferrari. For Colin Chapman, it was the first sweet taste of what might be possible. And for Enzo Ferrari, watching from afar, it must have been a moment of sheer disbelief. Lap 21 brought a surge of fury from Jean Behra. The Frenchman seemed possessed, pushing his BRM harder than ever before. First, he lunged past Mike Hawthorne, leaving the Ferrari looking clumsy in comparison. Barely had the crowd settled when Behra struck again. This time diving past Roy Salvadori's Cooper with breathtaking confidence. Who, just a few months earlier, would have dared predict such a sight? The once hapless BRMS, forever mocked as backmarkers, were now carving their way through the field with real authority. For the first time, it felt as though Alfred Owen's team had finally arrived. Almost as if answering Behra's charge, it was now Luigi Musso's turn to unleash his fury. Sitting a miserable 10th in a Ferrari was nothing short of humiliation, and the Roman made it clear he would not accept it. He dropped the hammer, the 246 Dino roaring down the straights with all its might. First, poor Jack Brabham was swept aside. His underpowered Cooper stood no chance. Barely a lap later, Musso found his own teammate Peter Collins, filling the mirrors. No hesitation, no mercy. Musso blasted past, climbing to 8th place. The message was clear. Musso was on the warpath. But Collins' troubles were far from over. Few laps later, disaster struck. The gearbox jammed without warning. The Ferrari twitched violently, and Collins was thrown off the circuit, powerless to fight it. His race was finished in an instant. For the Scuderia, one car was already gone, and the day was starting to look darker. And now, dear Petrolheads, we're going for a flying lap around the classic Zandvoort circuit. And our chauffeur is none other than Sterling Moss himself. Let's see what this track looked and felt like back in 1958. Across the start-finish line, the Van Wall howling, the crowd only a blur, sand dunes looming on the horizon, heavy on the brakes for Tarzanbocht. Almost as tight and slow as the station hairpin in Monaco. Moss guides the Van Wall in with precision, wrestling with the steering to keep momentum alive through this corner. A short burst of acceleration, then a right kink before we dive left into Hugenholzbocht. A sharp little hairpin, named after the future Zandvoort director. Again, very slow, very technical. It's about balance and patience here. Now the car can breathe. Through the Hunzerug right-left sweepers. But don't think this is flat out. In the 1950s, with skinny tires and no downforce, Moss still has to ease off the throttle. It's a flowing but delicate combination. And here comes the beast, Scheiflak. A long, fast, sweeping right-hander that tries to spit the car straight into the sand dunes. The forces push Moss outwards, but his skill keeps the van wall right on the edge. Now we arrive at Hondenflak, the quickest section so far. Up until here, the circuit feels almost modern. Approaching Tunnel Ost, deceptive, treacherous. Next is Panorama Bocht, and with almost zero downforce in 1958, Moss cannot simply keep it pinned. Another lift, another dance between bravery and physics. And finally, hard on the brakes for Pullefeld, the last real corner. A wide sweeping bend that feeds us back onto the long start-finish straight.
Dames en heren, hier komt de leider van de race. De 28-jarige reizende ster en ware rijgenier, Stirling Moss. Sinds Juan Manuel Fangio er vandaag niet bij is, wisten we allemaal dat hij de man was om te verslaan. En kijk naar zijn machine, de Vanwal VW5. Het neusje van de zalm van de techniek. Uitgerust met schijfremmen en geavanceerde aerodynamica.
As the laps ticked by, the race began to take shape. Moss was in a league of his own, already more than half a minute clear, a dominance that evoked memories of Fangio at his very best. Behind him, the order settled with Shell chasing in second, followed by Lewis Evans, Beira and Salvadori making up the top five. But just as the race seemed to stabilize, disaster struck. A sharp plume of smoke erupted from Lewis Evans' van wall. The engine had suffered a broken valve. In a flash of fire and noise, his race was over. The young Englishman coasted to the side of the track, climbing out in frustration. So now, the race truly settled into its rhythm. By lap 50 of the 75, the order was locked in, and for the next 25 laps, not a single overtake or major incident unfolded. A rare sight in Formula One. 25 consecutive laps of pure status quo. But that's part of the charm of 1950s Grand Prix racing. Its unpredictability lies as much in the long, uneventful stretches as in the sudden bursts of chaos. Strange, unusual, but absolutely characteristic of the era. And then, the checkered flag beckoned. Stirling Moss, who had never once relinquished the lead since the start, crossed the line in commanding fashion. His margin over Harry Schell was an emphatic 47 seconds, a crushing demonstration of pace and control. For Moss, it was a triumphant return to the top of the championship standings. For Van Wall, it marked their first victory of the season, restoring pride to Tony van der Velde's ambitious project. The celebrations did not end there. Alfred Owen's BRM squad also had reason to cheer, with Jan Beira bringing home third place, securing the team's first ever double podium in Formula One, alongside Shell's second. A landmark achievement for a team that not long ago was dismissed as perennial backmarkers. Further down, Roy Salvadori delivered a strong fourth place for Cooper, keeping the small team's incredible consistency alive and ensuring they retained the lead in the Constructors' Championship. And in fifth, it was Mike Hawthorne who salvaged dignity for Ferrari, sparing the Scuderia the humiliation of leaving Zandvoort empty-handed. So, after 3 rounds, the championship picture shifts once again. Stirling Moss, with his second victory of the season, now sits firmly at the top of the standings, looking every bit the man to beat. Behind him, Luigi Musso leaves Zandvoort empty-handed, but still holds second place, while Maurice Trintignant, Harry Schell and Mike Hawthorne keep themselves in striking distance. But we are still in the early days of the 1958 season, and if Formula One has taught us anything, it's that momentum can change in an instant. The fight for the crown is far from over, because in this sport, anything can happen, and it usually does. Every team left Zandvoort with something to show for their efforts, but the real star of the day was Van Wall. With Moss's commanding victory, they broke into the Constructors' Championship in style, collecting 8 valuable points that immediately lift them into third place. Yet despite the British green surge, it is still Cooper who holds the lead at the top. What a season this is turning out to be. And dear viewers, this is exactly what Grand Prix TV lives for. The crashes, the overtakes, the mad moments. This is what fuels us. These videos are made for you, and every single comment you leave is our true reward, our reflection of why we take on this behemoth of a project, our reason to keep digging through endless race footage, instead of, having a normal social life. But we don't slow down, not for a second. The journey continues, and the next stop is a double feature, one of the crown jewels of motorsport, the Indianapolis 500, together with the legendary Belgian Grand Prix. All in one episode, all right here. So dear viewers, stay tuned, because we simply can't stop. Dear viewers, welcome to probably the deadliest circuit in the world, Spa-Francorchamps. Now, if you'd ask a driver which track is the deadliest, the Nürburgring or Spa, you'd probably get a long pause, and then a nervous laugh. It's a hard call. The green hell of Germany might twist and turn through the mountains, but here in the Ardennes, speed itself becomes the enemy. Because while an average lap at the Nürburgring is around 150 kilometers per hour, but at Spa, 215. That's right, 215 kilometers per hour, on public roads, in cars that are basically rocket-powered coffins on bicycle tires. Last year, the Belgian Grand Prix was absent from the championship, a casualty of the Suez crisis. But now, it's back, roaring louder than ever through the misty forests of Stavelot and the hills of Francorchamps. Since 1956, the circuit has seen some modernization. Corners smoothed out, the road widened, and the surface renewed. But don't let that fool you. It's still a beast, still a test of courage, precision, and madness. But before we throw ourselves into this high-speed chaos, we have to rewind the clock just 2 weeks, across the Atlantic, to another kind of madness. The crown jewel of American motorsport, the Indianapolis 500. And now, we cross the ocean, from the rain-soaked forests of Belgium to the baking heat of Indiana. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 42nd International 500-mile sweepstakes, better known as the Indianapolis 500. Round 4 of the 1958 World Championship, and perhaps the strangest one of them all. Because while it technically counts toward the Formula One standings, for most European teams, it might as well be another planet. The Indy 500 drew little interest from the regular Grand Prix drivers, and can you blame them? The race was held just 4 days after the Dutch Grand Prix, halfway across the world, on an oval where cars run flat out for hours at speeds unheard of in Europe. Yet one man did make the journey, the great Juan Manuel Fangio himself. The 5-time world champion arrived to thunderous applause, his reputation echoing through Gasoline Alley. But even for Fangio, Indianapolis was an untamed beast. He was offered $20,000 to qualify in a Curtis Offenhauser by the car's owner, George Walter Jr., father of future Indy 500 driver Salt Walter. However, he was unable to qualify with a car that did not work properly. So, reluctantly, Fangio withdrew before the start. The 1958 Indianapolis 500 wasn't just a race on the track. It was a spectacle carried into living rooms, barbershops, and cafes across America. For the first time, the entire event was broadcast live on the IMS radio network. At the microphone stood Sid Collins, the voice of the Speedway, calm, commanding, and born for the roar of engines echoing through the bricks of Indianapolis. His broadcast reached 302 radio affiliates across all 48 states, and far beyond, through the Armed Forces Network and Voice of America, the sound of Indy thundered into barracks bases in faraway corners of the globe. And among the voices in this historic broadcast was a newcomer, Lou Palmer, a rookie reporter assigned to the quietest post on the circuit, Turn 3. Why Turn 3? Because, as they told him, nothing ever happens there. Oh, how wrong they were. The air above Indianapolis shimmered with heat and tension, the kind of tension that only 500 miles can bring. But before the race even began, confusion struck. As the field rolled off for the pace lap, the front row, Dick Rathman, Ed Elysian, and Jimmy Reese, pulled away too quickly. In the chaos, They escaped the pace car, racing alone while the rest of the grid trailed behind. The result? 3 leaders, and no field to lead. Chief starter Bill Vanderwater waved the yellow, start waved off. Another pace lap granted, order restored, or so it seemed. And then, the green flag dropped. Rathman leapt into the lead into turn 1, Elysian close behind, Rees watching from third. But as they charged into turn 3, disaster struck. Elysian spun. Rathman had nowhere to go. Both slammed toward the outer wall. Behind them, chaos erupted. 15 cars tangled in a mechanical storm of smoke, fuel, and fire. Jimmy Rees braked hard, too late, and Pat O'Connor struck from behind. His car soared nearly 50 feet into the air, twisting, tumbling, and came crashing down upside down, engulfed in flames. His car burned fiercely, but doctors later confirmed he never felt it. The impact had already claimed his life. The race had barely begun, and already the speedway had taken its toll. Out of the smoke and chaos of that opening lap inferno, one man emerged unscathed and in command: Jimmy Bryan. The defending national champion steered clear of the wreckage and came across the line to lead the very first lap of the 1958 Indianapolis 500. 4 of the top 5 starters were gone, including the pole sitter, Dick Rathman, whose race had ended almost before it began. Then at last the green flag waved again around lap 19, and the speedway roared back to life. Bryan, calm and methodical, led the charge. But behind him, the fight for the front intensified. Eddie Sachs, ever the showman, lunged forward. Tony Bettenhausen, tough as nails, fought back. And joining the fray, the fearless rookie George Amick, who stunned the veterans by muscling his car into the lead pack. The opening half of the race turned into a thrilling display of skill and bravery. 14 lead changes among the front runners, each lap rewriting the story of the day. At Indianapolis, survival was the first victory, but to win, you needed something more. As the race rolled into its second half, the chaos of the opening laps gave way to a duel defined by precision and endurance. The crowd's roar softened into the steady rhythm of engines, and at the heart of it all, 2 men, Jimmy Bryan and Johnny Boyd, wheel to wheel in a relentless fight for the lead. Behind them, rookie George Amick, fast, fearless, and undaunted, was proving he belonged among the giants of the speedway. By lap 126, Boyd's momentum faltered. A long pit stop cost him precious seconds, and while his mechanics scrambled, Bryan's crew executed a flawless stop. 3 quick visits to the pits, totaling just 1 minute and 31 seconds. It was that efficiency, not just speed, that would define the day. Lap 149 brought heartbreak for another young hopeful, A.J. Foyt, the 23-year-old rookie from Texas. He hit an oil slick, the car snapped sideways, and all 4 tires blew out in an instant. Miraculously, Foyt avoided the wall, but the engine died, and his debut run was over. He would be classified 16th, but his time would come. Bryan, calm and composed, led the remaining laps, 139 in total, to take the checkered flag. Victory belonged to James Ernest Jimmy Bryan, the rugged champion from Arizona, driving the same car that Sam Hanks had used to win just 1 year earlier. Amick held steady in second. Still, for the young driver, it was a triumph of its own. Bryan pocketed $105,000 in prize money, an astonishing sum in 1958, worth nearly $1.2 million today. Yet compared to the modern $3.8 million winner's purse, it feels almost modest. Bryan was famous for racing with an unlit cigar clenched in his teeth, a swaggering symbol of calm under pressure. A 3-time national champion and known in Europe for his victory in the 1957 Race of 2 Worlds at Monza, he was the epitome of the American racer, fearless, fast, and utterly determined. But even amid celebration, the mood was heavy. As news spread of Pat O'Connor's death in that opening lap inferno, the atmosphere at the speedway turned somber. Many in the crowd fell silent. The tragedy forced change. Race officials swiftly announced a new starting procedure, abandoning the single-file parade down pit lane that had been used in both 1957 and 1958. No longer would the field rely on confusion and luck to form its rows. Safety, at last, began to take precedence. And then, there was the man whose name would never be forgotten. Patrick James O'Connor, aged 29, a rising star, a gentleman, a racer who gave everything chasing America's greatest prize. He perished in the wreck, but his legacy endured, a symbol of the courage and cost of speed. But racing never stops. Even in the shadow of loss, the engines of progress keep turning. And so, as the clouds rolled over the Ardennes, the story of the 1958 Belgian Grand Prix began. Scuderia Ferrari arrived at Spa with high hopes. They've yet to win a race this season, but Luigi Musso still sits second in the championship, and that alone keeps the fire burning in Maranello. And Spa is their kind of circuit. High-speed corners, long straights, and only a few places to slow down. The perfect hunting ground for a Ferrari. Raw power, relentless acceleration. That's what these red machines were built for. Once again, the team fields their trusted trio, Peter Collins, Mike Hawthorne, and Luigi Musso. But this time, there's a fourth, a local hero, Olivier Gendebien, the Belgian gentleman who's already seen the inside of a Ferrari cockpit twice before. And in a rare moment of sentiment, Enzo Ferrari himself allowed Gendebien's car to wear the colors of his homeland. Not red, but bright Belgian yellow. Yes, even Il Commendatore has his softer moments. Sometimes. But Van Wall arrived at Spa carrying the same fierce spirit as Ferrari. Fresh off their victory at Zandvoort, the British team believed they could chase down the prancing Reds here too. The cars, virtually unchanged, each one a finely honed machine, proven and relentless. The drivers, the same trio who had already shown their mettle, Sterling Moss, Tony Brooks, and Stuart Lewis-Evans. A pure British lineup, in a pure British car, painted in the iconic British racing green. Discipline, precision and power. That is Van Wall's answer to the challenge. As for the rest of the factory teams, BRM, Cooper and Lotus, nothing had changed. BRM continued with the ever-aggressive Jan Behra, backed by Harry Schell, ready to extract every ounce of speed from the P25. Cooper relied on the consistent pairing of Jack Brabham and Roy Salvadori, a blend of experience and cunning that had already shown its potential. And Lotus, still learning but undeterred, fielded Cliff Allison and Graham Hill, the young duo eager to tame the 2.2-litre Lotus 12 and prove that Chapman's vision could challenge the established giants. Meanwhile, Rob Walker Racing, a stalwart of the championship since the very first race, opted to sit out the Belgian Grand Prix. The high-speed layout of Spa left little hope for their low-powered Cooper, and prudence won over ambition. However, their main driver, Maurice Trintignant, would not be left behind. He joined the private Scuderia Centro Sud, teaming up with Maston Gregory and Wolfgang Seidel, and brought his trusty Maserati 250F to the grid. The privateer field was further strengthened by Joe Bonnier, ever present in his Maserati, alongside Chico Godia and Maria Teresa de Filippis.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue au 19e Grand Prix de Belgique. Nous sommes ici, sur le légendaire circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, au cœur des Ardennes, pour une journée qui s'annonce exceptionnelle.
After 2 days of practice, it looked like Sterling Moss would easily claim pole. He had set a blistering pace, nearly 3 seconds faster than his nearest rival, and chose to skip the final qualifying session to focus on race preparations. But this time, racing luck seemed to turn against him. The Scuderia drivers, having noticeably improved, revealed the true potential of their machines. As a result, Moss not only lost out to Mike Hawthorne, who claimed his first career pole, but also to teammate Luigi Musso. The other Ferraris were equally impressive. Peter Collins was just 1/10 behind Moss, taking 4th, while Belgian newcomer Olivier Gendebien, driving a Ferrari 246 Dino for the first time, impressed the crowd by securing 6th. For Van Wall, Tony Brooks, despite showing excellent pace during the first 2 days, was limited by gearbox problems and could manage only 5th, while Stuart Lewis-Evans struggled with pace, ending up 11th on the grid. Meanwhile, the BRM squad, fresh off a strong performance in the Netherlands, found Spa far less forgiving. Harry Schell managed 7th, already over 7 seconds adrift of Hawthorn, while John Behra, after a crash on Thursday damaged his car's nose, missed much of qualifying and could only muster 10th. Among the British teams, Cooper and Lotus, the goal was simply to break into the top 10. Jack Brabham was the hero here, squeezing every ounce from his Cooper to claim 8th, despite missing Thursday's session due to illness and suffering a broken main bearing the next day.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les résultats des qualifications pour le 19e Grand Prix de Belgique, ici à Spa-Francorchamps. En pole position, avec un temps impressionnant de 3 minutes 57,1, la Ferrari numéro 16, pilotée par le Britannique Mike Hawthorn. À seulement 4 dixièmes de seconde, en deuxième position, la Ferrari numéro 18, l'Italien Luigi Musso. Troisième sur la grille, la Van Wall numéro 2, conduite par le talentueux Sterling Moss, à 5 dixièmes du meilleur temps. Quatrième place pour une autre Ferrari, la numéro 14, entre les mains de Peter Collins à 6 dixièmes. En cinquième position, la Van Wall numéro 4 du Britannique Tony Brooks à 2 secondes du poleman. Et juste derrière, en sixième place, notre héros national, Olivier Jeandebien, sur la Ferrari numéro 20 à 2 secondes et 2 dixièmes. Le public belge sera derrière lui, c'est certain. Mesdames et messieurs, le temps est avec nous aujourd'hui. Un soleil radieux, une chaleur presque estivale, des conditions idéales pour voir ces pilotes s'élancer à fond sur ce circuit ultra rapide de Spa-Francorchamps. 24 tours, soit 338 km ou 210 miles à parcourir. Ce Grand Prix n'est pas fait pour les âmes sensibles. Ici, le danger est partout, mais ces guerriers n'ont peur de rien. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, garçons et filles, êtes-vous prêts? Faites du bruit, encouragez vos pilotes, car le 19e Grand Prix de Belgique est lancé!
From the very first meters, it's clear that the Van Walls of Sterling Moss and Tony Brooks have the edge. Moss rockets into the lead, leaving no doubt who the man to beat is today. Through the legendary Eau Rouge and Radiant, the field surges forward in a blur of color and sound. Every car negotiates the iconic turn combination cleanly. No drama, just raw speed and precision. The crowd roars as Moss stretches his lead, setting the tone for what promises to be a breathtaking Belgian Grand Prix. But before the first lap is even complete, right after Stavelot, Sterling Moss over-revs his Van Wall. The engine screams and then dies instantly. Unbelievable. Even a driver of his experience can fall victim to the limits of these machines. Tony Brooks may have inherited the lead, but he's not going to get a quiet ride. Right behind him, Peter Collins is already on the attack. And then, Collins finally finds a gap. The Ferrari takes the lead of the Belgian Grand Prix. Brooks is pushed back, but what a fight. And the race has barely even started. So, Peter Collins, the 1956 Belgian Grand Prix winner, holds the lead confidently in his Ferrari. But Tony Brooks in the Van Wall is not far behind. Patiently, he studies Collins' moves, looking for the slightest opening. Spa's long straights and sweeping corners leave room for careful maneuvering, but also little margin for error. On lap 3, the moment arrives. The Van Wall takes the lead, and the tone of the race begins to shift. Behind them, the rest of the field begins to settle into position, but the focus is clear. The battle between Van Wall and Ferrari is shaping up as the defining duel of the afternoon. Collins may have Spa experience and a past victory here, but Brooks is determined to show that Van Wall belongs at the front. John Behra, who had high hopes after his strong showing in Zandvoort, suddenly slows down. A faint trail of smoke begins to rise from the back of his BRM, never a good sign. Moments later, it becomes clear what happened. The oil pressure has completely vanished. The engine has cooked itself beyond recovery. Bearer coasts the car to the side of the track, the once promising BRM now silent. A small puff of smoke marks the end of his Belgian adventure, short-lived but spirited while it lasted. Meanwhile, Lewis Evans, who had been glued to the back of Olivier Gendebier's yellow Ferrari, makes a costly mistake. As they approach a fast section, the young Brit misjudges his braking point and slams the nose of his van wall into the Belgian's rear wheel. The impact sends Gendebier's Ferrari spinning wildly across the track before coming to a halt. For a moment, it seems his race might be over. But the Belgian refuses to give up in front of his home crowd. He pushes the car downhill, jumps back into the cockpit, and miraculously manages to restart the engine. Gendebien rejoins the race, now nearly a full lap behind the leaders, but still very much in the fight. Without warning, panic erupts in the Ferrari pit lane. Mechanics rush to their positions as Peter Collins suddenly storms in, waving frantically and shouting over the roar of engines. "Oil pressure! It's gone!" The team scrambles to check, but the gauges confirm the worst. The engine is on the verge of seizing. There's nothing they can do. With smoke faintly curling from the exhaust, Collins has no choice but to retire, surrendering what was a strong second place. And as if fate wanted to twist the knife even deeper, on the very same lap, Luigi Musso's Ferrari suffers a catastrophic left rear tire failure at high speed. The car snaps sideways and hurtles off the track, sliding across the grass before coming to rest in a cloud of dust. Spectators hold their breath, but miraculously, Musso climbs out unharmed, brushing off the dust, though clearly furious and shaken. Two Ferraris gone in a single lap, and with Gendebien still trailing far behind, the once proud Scuderia is now in tatters. The pit wall stands silent, faces pale, from potential dominance to near disaster. The Ferrari camp is utterly hammered. By the end of the first third of the race, the field finally begins to settle. At the front, Tony Brooks looks untouchable, the van wall gliding smoothly through Spa's sweeping corners, already more than 15 seconds clear of Hawthorne's Ferrari. But far behind them, there's a flash of yellow fighting its way through the backmarkers. Olivier Gendebien's Ferrari. The Belgian had been spun out earlier in the race after contact with Lewis Evans, but he managed to restart his stalled car on his own without outside assistance, a minor miracle in itself. Now, with the home crowd cheering him on, Gendebien is driving with pure fury. This is his Grand Prix, and he's determined to prove his worth to both the spectators and to Enzo Ferrari watching from afar. Lap by lap, he begins his remarkable comeback. First, he overtakes Maria Teresa de Filippis, then Joe Bonnier. By lap 11, he dispatches Paco Godia. Lap 13, Graham Hill falls behind him. Lap 14 sees him catch Maurice Trintignant. And one lap later, Jack Brabham's Cooper becomes his next victim. By lap 18, he has even passed Roy Salvadori, claiming 6th position, an extraordinary recovery from the very back of the field. Still, the gap to Harry Schell's BRM ahead is too large to close, but it doesn't matter. Gendebien has already won the hearts of the Belgian crowd. From near disaster to a heroic charge, he has delivered exactly what the fans came for, a home hero fighting back against all odds. While Gendebien is mounting his charge from the back, things are far less optimistic for the small British teams. Both Graham Hill and Jack Brabham are wrestling not with their rivals, but with their own machinery. The long, punishing straights of Spa demand relentless top-end power, something their light, nimble machines were never designed for. The Lotus and the Cooper thrive on agility, quick direction changes, and light handling, perfect for twisty tracks. But here in Belgium, the story is different. For lap after lap, both Hill and Brabham are forced to keep their engines screaming deep into the red zone, desperately trying to maintain pace on the uphill blasts of the Ardennes circuit. But Spa has no mercy. First, Graham Hill's Lotus begins to cough and sputter, the temperature gauge buried in the red, the oil pressure fading fast. Moments later, the engine gives up entirely, leaving Hill stranded by the roadside. Shortly after, Brabham's Cooper suffers the same fate, boiling over from the relentless strain. 2 retirements in quick succession, a harsh reminder that Spa-Francorchamps is not a playground for delicate, lightweight machines, but a battlefield where endurance and brute strength reign supreme. As the race enters its final third, calm finally seems to settle over Spa, at least on the surface. Out front, Tony Brooks in his Van Wall is in total control. Lap after lap, he's been relentlessly consistent, his lead stretching to nearly a full minute over Mike Hawthorne. In the Van Wall pit, the mechanics exchange quick glances, a mixture of pride and concern. The pit board goes out. Slow down! Brooks understands immediately. No risks, no heroics. Just bring the car home. The message is clear. Protect the machinery and secure a sure victory. But over at Ferrari, the mood couldn't be more different. The red pit board flashes a bolder command when Hawthorne roars past, "Flat out!" The response? A grin from the blonde-haired Englishman, Mike the Madman Hawthorne. And now, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. We're riding on board with Mike Hawthorne and his Ferrari 246 as he tries to chase down Tony Brooks far ahead. No commentary this time, just the raw scream of the Ferrari engine echoing through the hills of Spa. Sit back and enjoy this legendary lap around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. But Hawthorn can't make it. The Ferrari, pushed far beyond its limits, begins to cry for mercy. The temperature needle deep in the red, the engine almost completely boiled. There's nothing left to give. Up ahead, Tony Brooks sails through the final lap. Yet even he isn't spared by Spa's brutality. As he rounds the last corner, his Van Wall's gearbox begins to seize. Still, he coaxes the car forward, and with a burst of courage and control, crosses the finish line first to take a well-deserved victory. Hawthorn follows, dragging his stricken Ferrari home in second. Exhausted, smoky, and steaming like a kettle, but defiant nonetheless. Third place goes to Stuart Lewis Evans, finally tasting the podium for the first time. And how he made it is almost unbelievable. The upper right wishbone of his Van Wall snaps on the final corner. Most men would have fainted. Lewis Evans just said, "Challenge accepted," and somehow limped the car across the line. Bravo. The first driver to finish without any major mechanical melodrama is Cliff Allison. The young Brit hands Lotus their very first championship points, a triumph for man and team alike. Had the race lasted one more lap, he might well have stolen the show completely. Fifth goes to Harry Schell, who may not have been fast, but he brought home points, and that, in Formula One, is practically a victory. The championship table is shaking once again. Despite his early lap mishap at Spa, Stirling Moss still holds the lead, proving that consistency can be as powerful as speed. But Mike Hawthorn is closing in fast, putting real pressure on the British ace. Behind them, Luigi Musso, Harry Schell, Maurice Trintignant, and Spa winner Tony Brooks remain tightly packed in the standings, ready to pounce at any opportunity. With 6 races still to go, the season is far from decided. Every point counts, and anything can happen on these unpredictable circuits. For the first time this season, the Constructors' Championship table looks different. Ferrari has taken the lead. True, it's by just a single point, but it's a warning shot for Cooper, who had been comfortably ahead. Van Wall remains in third, but after their commanding performance at Spa, they now look every bit as dangerous as the Scuderia. And there's a new contender on the scene, Lotus. With only 3 points, the rookie team has already proven it can compete with the established giants, marking a solid and impressive entry into the championship fight. The battle for the Constructors' title is heating up, and the rest of the season promises plenty of surprises. So, dear viewers, that's a wrap on the 1958 Belgian Grand Prix. Over the next 3 weeks, the teams will be tinkering, sweating, and probably arguing over every nut and bolt, because the Formula One circus heads to Reims, France, a track that doesn't forgive weak engines or soft drivers. So, hit that subscribe button, because the next race promises more speed, more drama, and maybe even a little chaos. Take a break, stretch your legs, but don't forget, Reims is just around the corner. Bienvenue, mesdames et messieurs. Welcome to the 1958 French Grand Prix, held at the legendary Reims circuit, or should I say, the very straight Reims circuit. Because, let's be honest, calling this a circuit might be a bit generous. Reims is basically a few French country roads, stitched together and politely told to behave like a racetrack. Corners? Barely. Complexity? None. But speed? Oh, plenty of that. This old-school monster first hosted a race back in 1926, when drivers were brave, tires were thin, and seatbelts belonged to the future. The modern 3-point seatbelt was invented a year later by Niels Bolin for Volvo in 1959. Here it's not about cornering finesse or fancy driving lines. This is about one thing, and one thing only: horsepower. Whoever can push their engine the hardest and keep it from exploding wins. Simple as that. Slipstream battles down the endless straights are the highlight of Reims. Drivers here spend more time staring at their rivals' exhaust pipes than at the corners ahead, because frankly, there aren't many corners to look at. Few tracks in the world are more straightforward. Perhaps only Germany's Avers could rival it for simplicity. Even Indianapolis or Monza look intricate by comparison. But make no mistake, this circuit still bites. Even by the standards of the 1950s, this is an outdated battlefield, a layout from another time. The FIA knows it too. In less than a decade, Reims will disappear from the calendar forever. But today, in 1958, it still stands, proud, defiant, and ready for another showdown of raw speed and mechanical endurance. And dear viewers, while the layout and the racing itself aren't all that complicated, this Grand Prix is truly historical. Because this isn't just another race, this is a turning point in Formula One history. Here at Reims, we witness the very first appearance of a man who will one day become a world champion, Phil Hill, making his Formula One debut in a Maserati. Alongside him, another American takes his first step into Formula One, Carroll Shelby. At this moment, he's simply a determined racing driver. But in time, he'll become one of the most iconic figures in motorsport. A designer, a builder, and a name that will echo through car culture for generations. And while the future arrives on the grid, the past also begins to say its goodbyes. Because this Grand Prix marks the final Formula One race of the great Juan Manuel Fangio, the man who defined an entire decade of racing. The five-time world champion, the maestro of control, bows out from the sport he once ruled with unmatched grace. It will also be the final race for Luigi Musso. But let's keep that thought for the race. The Scuderia Ferrari arrived at Reims with a mix of absolute confidence and classic Italian drama. The confidence came from their machinery. The Ferraris were perfectly suited for this kind of circuit, where horsepower and top-end speed were the ultimate weapons. And on top of that, Mike Hawthorn was riding high in the championship, sitting second, just 3 points behind Sterling Moss. Reims, with its long straights and endless flat-out stretches, promised to be the perfect place for Ferrari to erase that gap, and perhaps even retake full control of both the Drivers' and Constructors' Championships. But alongside that confidence came something that always seemed to follow Ferrari: drama. Peter Collins, once a rising star, who shone brilliantly in 1956, had been struggling to repeat his earlier success. To make matters worse, his Ferraris had a nasty habit of failing him at crucial moments. Eventually, Enzo Ferrari's patience ran out. The Commendatore made a ruthless decision. He dismissed Collins from the team, replacing him with Ferrari's reserve driver, Wolfgang von Trips. But getting rid of the Englishman proved far from simple. Collins' best friend and Ferrari's title hope, Mike Hawthorn, immediately stood by him. Furious, he threatened to walk away from Ferrari unless Collins was reinstated. Faced with the prospect of losing his championship contender, Enzo Ferrari reluctantly gave in. And so, here at Reims, the Scuderia lined up with 4 drivers: Hawthorn, Collins, Musso, and von Trips. But Van Wall arrived at Reims with just as much optimism and confidence as Ferrari, and with good reason. The British team had won the previous 2 Grand Prix, and their driver sat proudly at the top of the championship table. Everything was working perfectly. The cars were fast, the team united, and morale higher than ever. Unlike Ferrari, there was no drama, no changes, no experiments. Van Wall saw no reason to fix what wasn't broken. They came to France unchanged, both in cars and driver lineup, determined to keep their winning streak alive. But Team Lotus had to bring something new if they wanted to make a real mark in their debut Formula One season. Their first car, the Lotus 12, was an ambitious start, packed with clever engineering and forward-thinking concepts. But it was never truly meant to compete at the highest level. It was a stopgap, filling the void while the team worked on something better. And today, at Reims, that something better finally arrives. Lotus unveils its brand new creation, the Lotus 16, the first car designed purely for Formula One competition. Its DNA carries over many ideas from the Lotus 12, but also from Colin Chapman's earlier work with Van Wall. In fact, the resemblance was so striking that the press quickly gave it a nickname, the Mini Van Wall. The difference was that this time, there were no limits. He could chase his obsession freely. And Chapman had one obsession above all: weight. To him, every extra gram was an insult. Every bolt, every pipe, every plate of metal was a personal enemy to be defeated in his relentless search for lightness. He trimmed, shaved, and redesigned until the car was almost impossibly light. So light that it danced on the edge of fragility. The chassis tubes were made thinner than ever before. The engine mounted off-center so the drive shaft could slip past beside the driver, lowering the entire cockpit and slicing through the air with minimal resistance. It was genius, but it was also madness, a beautiful, dangerous kind of madness. The result was a car that promised breathtaking speed, if it could hold itself together long enough to see the finish line. Lotus wasn't just entering Formula One. Chapman was declaring war on weight itself. The Lotus 16's front suspension was carried over directly from its predecessor, the Lotus 12, Chapman's own double wishbone design, which cleverly incorporated the anti-roll bar within the upper wishbones. It was yet another example of his almost obsessive attention to detail. Every nut, every rod, every millimeter designed to shave off one more precious ounce of weight. But unlike the Lotus 12, the Lotus 16 was designed from the ground up to feature Chapman's most daring creation yet, the Chapman strut rear suspension. One of the first fully independent rear systems ever used in a Formula One car. It offered noticeably better traction, sharper handling, and easier adjustability compared to the heavy and outdated de Dion tube setups still used by many teams. The car also featured disc brakes on all four wheels, with the rears mounted inboard, further reducing unsprung weight. Every element of the design screamed innovation. Chapman's fingerprints were everywhere. Behind the wheel of this engineering experiment sat Graham Hill, driving the team's only Lotus 16, a prototype fitted with a small 2-liter Coventry Climax FPF engine. Unfortunately, that made it the weakest engine in the entire field. And on a circuit like Rams, where horsepower reigns supreme and engines spend half their time at full throttle, that was a serious handicap. Meanwhile, the older but more powerful Lotus 12, fitted with a larger engine, was entrusted to Cliff Allison. So, while Hill carried Chapman's future in his hands, Allison carried the team's best chance of survival. And of course, it wouldn't be a 1950s Grand Prix without something a little unexpected. All week long, former Maserati team manager Nello Ugolini had been testing a new lightweight version of the Maserati 250F, a special experimental chassis. And behind the wheel, none other than Juan Manuel Fangio himself. Now Fangio had no intention of racing again. He had retired after the 1957 season, ending his career as the undisputed master of Formula One. Yes, he made a brief appearance at the season opener in Argentina, but that was more of a farewell gesture on home soil than a comeback. But as fate would have it, the lightened Maserati and Fangio both happened to be here, at Reims, on the same weekend as the French Grand Prix. And when the crowd and fellow drivers caught wind of it, the pressure became irresistible. So, the maestro, perhaps reluctantly, perhaps playfully, decided to race one last time. Imagine Mika Hakkinen casually showing up at a Grand Prix today, hopping into a McLaren just because he felt like it. The internet would absolutely melt down. But this was 1958. No contracts, no politics, no PR departments, just a legend, a car, and a moment too good to resist. Meanwhile, Fangio wasn't the only one bringing a Maserati to Reims. In fact, the grid was packed with 7 private Maserati 250Fs, each with its own story to tell. Alongside the maestro, a familiar cast returned. Joe Bonnier, Chico Godia, and Gerino Gerini, all determined to prove that even the old 250F still had fight left in it. But the real excitement came from across the Atlantic. 3 American drivers, Phil Hill, Carroll Shelby, and Troy Ruttman, all made their Formula One debut here at Reims. It was a truly international mix of experience and ambition. The qualifying sessions at Reims unfolded under clear skies, and with a clear dominance from Ferrari. On this lightning-fast circuit, the Scarlet cars were simply untouchable. The Scuderia swept the field, with Mike Hawthorne once again taking pole position, his second of the season. The only man who managed to break their red formation, and quite unexpectedly, was Harry Schell in the BRM. For Van Wall, however, qualifying was nothing short of a disaster. Their engines overheated throughout all 3 days of practice, robbing the team of both speed and reliability. As a result, Moss and Brooks could do no better than 6th and 5th, while Lewis Evans, struggling all weekend, found himself all the way down in 10th. And then there was Fangio. The 5-time world champion returned to the grid in a special lightened Maserati 250F, a machine designed for one last dance. But even the maestro couldn't work miracles. The car simply lacked pace, and Fangio ended up 8th, more than 2 seconds adrift of Hawthorne's pole time. The rest of the Maserati privateers fared even worse, languishing near the back of the field, fighting only with the small Coopers. And as for Team Lotus, Reims was pure torture. Both of their cars, the elegant but fragile Lotus 16 and the old Lotus 12, were hopelessly outpaced. By the end of qualifying, Hill was 19 seconds slower than the Ferraris, while Allison was dead last on the grid with more than 28 seconds adrift.
Mesdames et messieurs, quel honneur d'être ici aujourd'hui, sur le circuit de Reims. Cette année est véritablement une saison magnifique pour la Formule 1. Jusqu'à cette année, un seul homme a dominé toute une décennie, le grand Juan Manuel Fangio. Mais en son absence, le championnat a ouvert la porte à une nouvelle génération de jeunes talents, prêts à prouver leur valeur et à écrire leur propre légende. Et pourtant, quelle chance nous avons aujourd'hui. Le maestro est de retour pour une course unique, un dernier hommage à l'homme qui a fait rêver le monde entier. Peut-être est-ce sa dernière apparition en Grand Prix. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, je vous en prie, montrez votre respect, votre admiration et criez son nom une fois encore de tout votre cœur. Bienvenue au plus grand pilote du monde, Juan Manuel Fangio. Il n'a pas réussi à décrocher une nouvelle pole position. Sa voiture n'a pas le soutien d'une équipe d'usine cette fois. Mais quand on voit le maestro partir de la 8e place, on sait tous une chose, la magie va opérer. Car c'est, sans aucun doute, le plus grand combattant que ce sport ait jamais connu. Et en pole position, voici Mike, le fou Hawthorne, lui et sa Ferrari 246 rugissante. Mesdames et messieurs, ce sera la machine la plus difficile à battre aujourd'hui. Cette Ferrari, c'est la voiture la plus puissante, la plus féroce que j'ai jamais vue sur un circuit. Alors, pour ne pas faire perdre plus de temps à vous ni à nos pilotes, mesdames et messieurs, garçons et filles, le Grand Prix de France 1958 ici à Reims est lancé.
Mike Hawthorne launches off the line like a rocket, a perfect start from the British ace. The Ferrari 246, roaring under the Reims sun, is pure poetry in motion, and in Hawthorne's hands, it's a weapon. The 1958 French Grand Prix is underway. 50 laps, over 400 kilometers of speed and risk ahead. No mistakes allowed, no room for mercy. Amazingly, it's a sea of scarlet at the front. 3 Ferraris, Hawthorne, Musso, and Collins, lead the pack in formation. From Enzo Ferrari's point of view, it's the perfect start, just as the Commendatore would have planned it. Only one red car is missing from this picture, Wolfgang von Trips. He's buried deep in the pack, his start less than ideal. But we know that won't last long. Give him space, and that Ferrari will devour the field in no time. But for Stirling Moss, it's quite the opposite story. A rare, sluggish start leaves him buried down in 8th place, not where we usually find the Great Britain. Now he'll need every ounce of courage, raw pace, and perhaps a touch of luck to claw his way back toward the flying Ferraris. And if there's one man capable of turning such a setback into a masterpiece, it's Stirling Moss. By lap 3, Wolfgang von Trips begins his climb through the field. First to fall, the newcomer, Carroll Shelby, learning the hard way what 280 prancing horses can do. Moments later, Graham Hill becomes the next victim. No contest against the sheer power of the Ferrari 246. Then come Godier and Phil Hill, both swept aside as the young German aristocrat flies past, flat out and fearless. On lap 5, disaster strikes for Peter Collins. A metal magneto air intake suddenly breaks loose, flies straight into the cockpit of his Ferrari, and wedges itself under the brake pedal. With no brakes at nearly 250 kilometers per hour, Collins has to make a split-second decision. He throws the car sideways in a desperate slide to scrub off speed. It's a terrifying moment, but somehow he brings the Ferrari to a halt. Collins removes the rogue air intake, restarts the engine, and gets back into the race, but dead last. For the unlucky Englishman, it's yet another cruel twist in a season already full of misfortune. Meanwhile, way up the road from Collins' chaos, Wolfgang von Trips is flying through the field. From the very back, he's already sliced his way up to 10th, one car after another falling victim to that ferocious Ferrari 246. Now, right ahead of him, the green van wall of Stuart Lewis Evans. But there's no stopping von Trips today. He dives in, commits to the move, and sweeps past with authority. The young German aristocrat is driving like he has something to prove, and by the looks of it, he just might. Phil Hill, the quiet American, the newcomer to Formula One, is starting to show why people back in Maranello talk about him with such respect. It's only his very first Grand Prix, yet the man's already finding his rhythm out here at Reims. Sitting in 16th place, Hill begins to read the flow of the race like a seasoned veteran. In a single lap, he overtakes Paco Godia and Roy Salvadori with calm precision. No drama, no wild moves, just pure control. The American is learning fast. And let's not forget, he's fresh off a victory at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Ferrari 250 Testarossa. This rookie might not stay a rookie for long. We'd better keep an eye on him. And remember earlier, when we said that Cliff Allison's Lotus 12 with its bigger engine might just have the better chance to make it to the finish? Well, forget that, because that theory just went up in smoke, literally. The poor Lotus 12 has become the first victim of the race, its engine giving up in spectacular fashion. A burst of smoke, a flash of flame, and that's all she wrote. Colin Chapman's dream of lightweight speed turns into a nightmare of mechanical fragility. And von Trips takes another one. Maurice Trintignant's BRM falls victim to the relentless pace of the young German. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a charge. Von Trips is absolutely flying today. One by one, he's slicing through the field. The aristocrat from Köln shows no mercy. Sterling Moss finally finds his rhythm. After a rather quiet and unimpressive start, the British ace suddenly comes alive. With that trademark smoothness and precision, he gets ahead both Schell and Trintignant, and even the great Juan Manuel Fangio himself. What a statement from Moss. The van wall has woken up, and the chase is on. Lap 10, Luigi Musso is pushing hard, trying everything to catch his teammate Mike Hawthorne in the lead. The Italian gives it absolutely everything, maybe just a little too much. He enters the first turn far too quickly. The Ferrari twitches, slides, and then it happens. Musso loses control, the car somersaults violently, and he's thrown from the cockpit. Rescue crews rush to the scene within seconds. They find Musso lying motionless on the grass, not far from the wrecked Ferrari, badly injured, but still breathing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the marshals call for the medical helicopter immediately. Within minutes, it lands right beside the track, and the brave Italian is airlifted to the nearest hospital. 2 laps later, Tony Brooks running confidently in second place, keeping the Ferraris in sight, when suddenly, trouble strikes. The gearbox jams without warning. In an instant, the van wall begins to slow. Brooks wrestles the car, coaxing it forward, barely make it back to the pits. After several tense minutes, they send Brooks back out, but the dream of a podium is gone. Now Brooks is dead last, a cruel twist of fate after such a strong start. But on the very same lap, something stirs. The maestro awakens. Fangio, calm and calculating as ever, sees his chance. Moss, perhaps a missed gear, or just a moment's hesitation, leaves the smallest opening. And that's all Fangio needs. The old devil dives in and sweeps past effortlessly, just like in the old days. But wait a second. If there's one thing we all know about John Behra, it's that he's an absolute madman behind the wheel. And look at this. On a single lap, he overtakes both Stirling Moss and Juan Manuel Fangio. This is pure madness. This isn't supposed to happen, and yet, there he is. The crowd can't believe it. Fangio, Moss, everyone behind him left in his wake. And somewhere, watching from afar with a curious smile, a certain Enzo Ferrari surely takes note of this fearless Frenchman. And that's it for Tony Brooks. His repaired gearbox held on for 17 laps, and no more. All the gears are gone, completely cooked. There's nothing he can do. What a cruel twist of fate for the man who triumphed just one race ago. From victory champagne to bitter disappointment. That's Formula One for you. After spending several laps studying Fangio's every move, Stirling Moss decides it's time. On lap 21, he dives in with that trademark precision and passes the 5-time world champion. Soon after Moss's move, Fangio slows down and heads for the pits. Nello Ugolini rushes over and starts bombarding the Argentine with questions. What happened? What went wrong? Fangio doesn't say a word. Instead, he simply hands over a broken clutch pedal. That's it. Race over. Time to call it a day. But not for Ugolini. Oh no. The former Maserati boss waves him back out, convinced that somehow Fangio can still finish and maybe grab a few points. Now, let's be honest here. Is this normal? Has Ugolini lost his mind? Sending out a car without a clutch should be a crime. And Fangio's answer? He just slams it into gear and flat out drives back onto the track. These people weren't just racers. They were absolutely insane. Gloriously, wonderfully insane. This race has been absolute chaos so far. Drama, crashes, retirements, and miracles everywhere you look. But amidst all that madness, there's one man we haven't talked about much. Mike Hawthorn. From the moment the flag dropped, Hawthorn took the lead, and he's never looked back. While others fight, spin, and break down, he just glides. The blonde madman and his Ferrari 246 are in perfect harmony, slicing through the Rams straights like poetry at 170 miles an hour. He's already 27 seconds ahead of the field, and he's doing it with that effortless Hawthorn swagger, one hand probably ready to wave at the crowd. What a driver, what a combo. But while Hawthorn cruises out front, behind him there's an absolute war for second place. Stirling Moss and John Behra are locked in a 15-lap slipstream duel. Rhymes may look simple on paper, just straights and a few corners. But when you see this kind of fight, you realize this is pure, undiluted racing. No DRS, no tricks, just courage, timing, and horsepower. But alas, after all that, fate deals a cruel hand. Behra's fuel pump gives out, and the brave Frenchman has to coast to the side of the road. What a disaster. What a loss. From a heroic duel to heartbreak in a single moment. And on lap 45, as if to remind everyone who's boss today, Mike Hawthorn sets the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, 24.9 seconds. Even after nearly 2 hours of flat-out racing under the French summer sun, the blonde madman still finds another gear. Completing the final lap, Mike Hawthorn closes in on a familiar red Maserati, car number 34. But as he approaches, he realizes who's inside, the maestro himself, Juan Manuel Fangio. And in a moment that defines true sportsmanship, Hawthorn eases off the throttle, allowing the great champion to take his final lap unchallenged. Hawthorn powers across the line to claim a magnificent victory at Reims. Behind him, fellow Briton Stirling Moss brings his Van Wall home in second place. Today, he simply couldn't match the Ferraris for speed, but as always, he fought with heart and precision. 6 more points to keep his title hopes alive. Third goes to Wolfgang von Trips, a stunning drive from the back of the grid to the podium. For the young German, this is a breakout moment. perhaps the first sign of the champion he could become. But not every story ends in glory. On the final lap, Peter Collins runs out of fuel, his Ferrari rolling to a halt just a few hundred meters from the flag. Refusing to give up, Collins jumps out and pushes his car to the finish, only to see Fangio slip by and take fourth place. The lap Hawthorn gifted him now returned as poetic fate. And so, the maestro, Juan Manuel Fangio, completes his final Formula One race. No grand ceremony, no celebration. Just a quiet step from the cockpit and a few simple words to his mechanics. It's over, a fitting end, to the greatest driver of his time. Unfortunately, this Grand Prix was not only the farewell to the great champion, Juan Manuel Fangio, but also the final race for another, the talented and fiercely determined Luigi Musso. That afternoon, the Italian set off from the grid chasing glory, locked in a tense internal rivalry with his Ferrari teammates Hawthorn and Collins. Musso was fast, desperately fast, pushing harder than anyone else in the field. For him, every race was a chance to prove his worth not only to Ferrari, but to Enzo himself. Musso had always raced with a mix of grace and fire, a man torn between ambition and risk, courage and fate. In Italy, he was hailed as a hero, one of the brightest of his generation. Yet on this summer day at Reims, his light went out far too soon. And so, while the world celebrated Hawthorn's victory and Fangio's farewell, the paddock also fell silent, mourning a brave man who gave everything for the love of speed. He was just 33 years old. And with the French Grand Prix behind us, the championship standings take a dramatic turn. At the top, a dead heat. Sterling Moss and Mike Hawthorn now share the lead, both with 23 points. Two men, two very different styles. Moss, the master of aggression and precision, and Hawthorn, the daring, flamboyant Englishman with nerves of steel. The battle between them is shaping up to be one for the ages. In third place stands Luigi Musso, with 12 points. His tragic accident here in Reims means he will climb no higher. Yet his name remains written among the front-runners of 1958, a lasting reminder of both his speed and his bravery. And over in the Constructors' Championship, the balance of power shifts once again. At the top, Ferrari, with 28 points. The Scuderia's relentless engineering and raw speed have paid off, but their triumph today is shadowed by tragedy. A bittersweet lead marked by the loss of Luigi Musso, one of Maranello's brightest talents. Chasing them, Van Wall climbs to second place with 22 points, overtaking Cooper after a strong performance from Sterling Moss. The Green Machines are closing in fast, proving that British engineering can finally stand toe-to-toe with the mighty Italians. And in third, Cooper with 19 points. The innovators of the rear-engine revolution may have slipped this round, but their ideas are reshaping the very future of Formula One. And so, the 1958 French Grand Prix comes to a close, a race that gave us everything Formula One can offer: speed, bravery, heartbreak, and history being written before our very eyes. Mike Hawthorn, the blonde Englishman with fire in his heart, takes a magnificent victory for Ferrari, but celebration feels hollow after the loss of Luigi Musso. It's a grim reminder that behind the glamour of Grand Prix racing, danger is never far away. As the engines fall silent over Reims, Formula One turns its eyes north, to Silverstone, home of the British Grand Prix. The stage is set, the championship fight is wide open, and the drama is far from over. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 7th round of the 1958 Formula One World Championship. We are back where it all began, Silverstone, the birthplace of Formula One. And what a season it has been so far. For the first time in the history of the sport, no one can confidently predict who will win today. There's no single dominant force. Ferrari and Van Wall stand almost neck and neck in the championship, trading victories and heartbreaks race after race. But here at Silverstone, the story changes. This is not a pure horsepower circuit like Reims or Spa. This is a driver's track, a place where precision, bravery, and perfect rhythm make all the difference. And don't forget the awakening of BRM, showing flashes of real pace, or the innovative Coopers, rewriting the rulebook with their rear-engine revolution. Anything can happen today. You can feel the tension in the air, because for the first time ever, two Englishmen stand as the leading contenders for the World Championship crown. Mike Hawthorn, the blonde daredevil in his Ferrari, and Sterling Moss, the relentless fighter in his Van Wall. Around the track, the grandstands roar with divided loyalties. You're either a Hawthorn fan or a Moss fan, not both. Now, we all know Silverstone, the old airfield that once sent Spitfires into the skies during the Second World War. But what not everyone knows is that this legendary circuit has another kind of life running through it. Silverstone isn't just famous for racing, it's famous for its wildlife. Inside the Silverstone Museum, there's even an interactive exhibit dedicated to it. And the star of that show? The Silverstone hare. Yes, a real lightning-fast hare that has become almost as iconic as the circuit itself. It's been seen sprinting across the track at race meetings, sometimes even charging down the grid before the start or during the race. Only at Silverstone could you have a race between Ferraris, Van Walls, and a wild hare. And as you'll see later, this 1958 British Grand Prix was no exception. Ferrari arrived at Silverstone draped in grief. Just 2 weeks earlier, Luigi Musso had lost his life in France. Another tragedy in what had already become a dark chapter for the Scuderia. It was heartbreakingly familiar. Only a year before, they had mourned the deaths of Eugenio Castellotti and Alfonso de Portago. We all know that Formula One was the deadliest sport on Earth until the 1990s. But in the 1950s, the most dangerous place was inside a Ferrari. Not because the cars were fragile or poorly built, far from it. But what truly made Ferrari dangerous was the rivalry. Inside the team, the drivers weren't just racing their opponents. They were fighting each other for survival, each one desperate to earn the Commendatore's approval. For Silverstone, 3 cars were entered, all Ferrari 246s. The lineup: Mike Hawthorn, the championship contender, Peter Collins, the man on thin ice, and Wolfgang von Trips, the young German prodigy. Enzo Ferrari kept Collins only because of Hawthorn's loyalty. But even in the shadow of Musso's death, Collins' position was hanging by a thread. If he wanted to stay at Ferrari, there was only one way forward: go flat out or go home. Meanwhile, Van Wall arrived at their home Grand Prix with absolute confidence. And why wouldn't they? They didn't change a thing. Not a bolt, not a screw, not even a word in their game plan. Sterling Moss and Mike Hawthorn stood neck and neck in the championship. And Van Wall knew that here, at Silverstone, on home soil, the balance could finally tip in their favor. And make no mistake, this was their battlefield. Ferrari might rule the straights, but Silverstone wasn't built for horsepower alone. So here in England, in front of their roaring home crowd, Van Wall didn't just come to race, they came to win. But let's not forget, Van Wall aren't the only ones racing at home today, because this is also Cooper's Grand Prix. The small team from Surbiton has come a long way in just a few short years, from garage-built specials to full-blown Formula One contenders. And for their home race, they've decided to go all in. For the first time, Cooper enters 3 cars on the grid, hoping to squeeze every possible chance out of this British weekend. Jack Brabham, the hard-charging Australian with the mind of a mechanic and the bravery of a fighter pilot. Roy Salvadori, sharp, experienced, and always ready to pounce, this time armed with the team's most powerful engine yet, the new 2.2-litre Coventry Climax, a small but mighty step forward. And joining them, a new name to the top level of racing, Ian Burgess, a Cooper man through and through, who's been part of the team's journey in the junior categories since the early 50s. Today, he gets his first taste of Formula One. The machinery might still look modest compared to the big factory outfits, but make no mistake, these little rear-engine Coopers have already started to rewrite the rulebook. And joining the British forces at Silverstone, Team Lotus, Colin Chapman's ambitious outfit, arrives with 3 cars this weekend, each one a small step toward his dream of challenging the giants. Cliff Allison takes the wheel of the older Lotus 12, but fitted with the larger 2.2-litre Coventry Climax engine. A bit of extra muscle to make up for its age. Meanwhile, the team's new hope, the elegant Lotus 16, is entrusted to Graham Hill and to a new face in Formula One, Alan Stacey. Both are running with the smaller 2-litre engines, but Chapman's focus isn't only on power, it's on progress. And speaking of Alan Stacey, in the strange and fearless world of 1950s racing, his story stands out even among the brave. Just a few weeks ago, he raced for Lotus at Le Mans, but what most people don't realize is that Stacey was an amputee, driving with an artificial lower right leg after a motorcycle accident when he was just 17. Yet here he is, not only racing in Formula One, but helping to develop the very cars that will one day change the sport. From the front-engined Lotus 16 to the revolutionary Lotus 18. It says everything about the fearless spirit of the time, and about Colin Chapman's unshakable belief in his drivers. Truly, these were crazy times, and even crazier men who dared to race them. Meanwhile, BRM arrives at Silverstone as the only factory team running with just 2 cars. Their updated P25s have undergone yet another round of modifications, most notably a reworked oiling system. The oil tank has now been moved into the cockpit, with a new front-mounted oil cooler designed to keep the engine temperatures under control. Previously, the cars had a nasty habit of overheating the water system, so this was, at least on paper, a clever step forward. But let's be honest, putting the oil tank right next to the driver, by modern standards, it's utter madness. Then again, in the 1950s, that kind of danger was just part of the job. At the wheel, BRM keeps its classic pairing, American Harry Schell and Frenchman John Behra, 2 men with very different styles, but both determined to prove that BRM can finally deliver the results that years of frustration and engineering heartbreak have promised. And then, of course, we have the privateer teams, divided neatly into 2 factions. The first are the loyalists, those still clinging to the Maserati 250F, the old workhorse that once ruled the world, but now, well, it's showing its age. No real updates since 1957, no factory support, and not much hope either. Scuderia Centro Sud turns up with Carroll Shelby and Gerino Guerini, 2 brave men doing what they can with what's left of Maserati's glory days. Realistically, their chances of scoring a point or 2, let's just say, slim. The second faction brings something different. 2 Connaught Type B dart machines, entered by none other than Bernie Ecclestone himself. Yes, that Bernie Ecclestone, long before he ruled Formula One, he was just another ambitious team owner trying to make his cars go faster than they should. At the wheel are 2 locals, Jack Fairman and Ivor Bueb. Steady hands, solid drivers, and as a backup plan, Bernie even entered himself as a reserve driver. Because in the 1950s, if you owned the team, you were also the brake glass in case of emergency option.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the 11th RAC British Grand Prix here at Silverstone, the birthplace of modern Formula One. What a sight it is today. Ferraris, Van Walls, Coopers, BRMs, and Lotuses lined up and ready to roar. These are not just racing cars. Oh no, these are the most advanced and state-of-the-art machines on Earth. We're talking fuel injection, disc brakes, magnesium wheels. Things so futuristic, there's no chance you'll find them in your own car. Because right here, right now, this is the future of motor racing. And what a championship it has become. Ferrari and Van Wall neck and neck in the standings, trading blows across continents. But perhaps the most thrilling of all, the title fight between 2 British lions. Sterling Moss, the racing thoroughbred from London, born with speed in his veins, from a family built on motors and petrol fuels, and Mike Hawthorne, the fearless lad from Exeter in South Yorkshire, driving the Scarlet Ferrari with the heart of a true Englishman.
After the disappointment of Rams, the Van Wall camp arrived at Silverstone with one clear mission: redemption. The French Grand Prix had left them frustrated, but this was home soil now, the land where green cars and Union Jacks ruled the grandstands. Silverstone was more than just another race. It was a chance to prove that British engineering could finally outpace the red might of Maranello. And leading the charge, as always, was Stirling Moss. Calm, confident, and razor-focused, Moss wasted no time in stamping his authority on the weekend. From the first practice session, he looked completely in control, the van wall gliding through Silverstone's fast corners with poise and purpose. By the end of the final qualifying session, there was no question. Moss had been the quickest man on track on both days. The crowd's favourite had delivered the pole, and the roar from the grandstands made it sound like a national victory in itself. But Moss wasn't the only British driver making headlines. The home team seemed to come alive on the smooth, sweeping curves of Silverstone. Harry Schell, in the ever-improving BRM, shocked everyone by placing second, just fractions of a second behind Moss. Roy Salvadori in the Cooper continued to impress, coaxing incredible pace from the little rear-engine machine to secure third, while Cliff Allison in the Lotus stunned the paddock with a superb fifth-place effort, proof that Colin Chapman's innovative designs were beginning to bear fruit. For Ferrari, though, this weekend felt like walking uphill. The 246 was still a beast on power, but Silverstone wasn't a track that rewarded brute force. It demanded balance, agility, and precision. And that's where the British cars shone. Mike Hawthorn pushed as hard as he could, but he simply couldn't extract the same dominance he enjoyed at Rounds. Fourth place on the grid was the best he could manage. Peter Collins slotted into sixth, struggling with a car that never felt entirely settled, while Wolfgang von Trips found himself all the way down in 11th. The mood in the Ferrari garage was subdued. Still haunted by the loss of Luigi Musso just weeks earlier, the team felt the weight of both tragedy and pressure pressing down upon them. The small Connaught team, fielding Jack Fairman and Ivor Bjerb, found themselves painfully off the pace. Despite the advantage of familiarity with the track, their old Type B darts simply couldn't keep up. Both drivers were more than 12 seconds slower than Moss's blistering pole time, leaving them stranded on the back rows of the grid, 17th and 19th. For them, Silverstone wasn't a dream come true. It was a reminder of how quickly Formula One was evolving, and how cruelly it left the slower behind.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the starting grid. On pole position, no surprise here, car number 7, Stirling Moss in the blazing green van wall. The master speed does it again, clocking a phenomenal 1 minute 39.4 seconds. The crowd favorite is clearly the man to beat. Just 4 tenths of a second behind, this one did raise a new eyebrow. Car number 20, Harry Schell BRM. What a run! The American has absolutely run the neck of that machine. Second on the grid, a fantastic achievement for both vans and motor. In third place, car number 10, Roy Salvadori in the Cooper. Just 6 tenths off Moss. The little rear-engine mark continues to punch above its weight. Not bad for what most people still call that funny-looking thing with the engine in the wrong place. Fourth on the grid, car number 2, Mike Hawthorn in the Ferrari. 1 second behind Moss. Not ideal for the championship leader, but we all know Hawthorn loves a good scrap once the flag drops. Fifth place, and what a story this is. Car number 17, Cliff Allison in the old Lotus 12. Outdated, underpowered, and still managing to work wonders. Equal on time to Hawthorn. It's nothing short of magic from the young Brit. And rounding out the top 6, car number 1, Peter Collins in the second Ferrari. A solid effort from Collins. Just 1.2 seconds off the pole, and no doubt something special saved for race day. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The tension is thick in the air at Silverstone. 75 laps lie ahead, covering a grueling 353 kilometers. That's 219.5 miles of pure, unfiltered racing. Every driver knows this thing. Every lap. This is the 11th RAC British Grand Prix, the flag is up in front. And it's off, they're away.
As the flag drops, Stirling Moss launches like a bullet. No surprise there, he's one of the best starters in the business. But look at Peter Collins. Starting from 6th, the Ferrari driver reacts perfectly and slices through the field with incredible precision. Within moments, he's already up to 2nd, and he's not done yet. The crowd roars as the two British heroes go wheel to wheel, both giving absolutely everything in front of their home fans. Collins is relentless. He's right on Moss's tail, studying every move, every twitch of the van wall ahead. And then he goes for it. A daring move, pure instinct and courage, and he's through. Peter Collins takes the lead of the British Grand Prix, from 6th to 1st in less than a lap. What an incredible start from the Ferrari driver. For the next few laps, the order at the front remains unchanged. Peter Collins leads confidently, Moss is right behind him, and Hawthorne holds steady in 3rd. It seems the top drivers have settled into rhythm, each pacing themselves for what promises to be a long and demanding race. The gaps between the top 10 begin to stretch, as strategy and tyre management start to play their role. But there's one man clearly not in the mood for patience: Stuart Lewis Evans. The young Van Wall driver is flying in 7th place, pushing harder and harder each lap. He reels in Roy Salvadori's Cooper, closing the gap in no time. And there he goes. A clean, confident overtake puts him into 6th position. The home crowd loves every second of it. But just 2 laps later, Roy Salvadori finds himself under pressure again, this time from Wolfgang von Trips. The young German, clearly inspired by Lewis Evans' daring move ahead, decides it's his turn to attack. Salvadori drops to 8th, while von Trips climbs to 7th. A reminder that the Ferraris may have struggled in qualifying, but in the race, they are always a threat. But just ahead, another fierce battle unfolds, and this one is personal. Stuart Lewis Evans has caught up to Tony Brooks, his own teammate at Van Wall. No difference in machinery here. Same car, same power. So what decides this fight is pure driver skill. Lewis Evans shadows Brooks, studying every move, every braking point. Then, in one bold and flawless maneuver, he strikes, diving past Brooks after just a single lap of pressure. The young Brit is clearly out to prove something today, not just to his team, but to the entire Silverstone crowd watching their home heroes go wheel to wheel. 8 laps in, and we have our first retirement of the race. Jack Fairman's Connaught gives up the ghost, the ignition system failing completely. He coasts into the pits, engine silent, hopes gone. He was running last, yes, but it's still a bitter end. Every driver wants to see the checkered flag, and for Fairman, that dream ends far too soon. The first casualty of the 1958 British Grand Prix. From this point on, Harry Schell's race turns into a mechanical nightmare. His BRM begins to leak oil, and within just a few laps, he slips from 4th to 7th place. The problem quickly snowballs. Less oil means rising temperatures, and Schell is forced to ease off just to keep the engine alive. But slowing down only makes things worse for his position on track. One by one, cars fly past the struggling BRM, and by lap 15, Schell finds himself down in 9th. What started as a promising race is turning into a desperate fight for survival. But it's not just Harry Schell losing ground. Tony Brooks is also falling back through the field. Unlike Schell, though, there's nothing wrong with his car. No smoke, no oil leaks, no strange noises. He's simply off the pace today. Lap by lap, more drivers catch and overtake him. Schell, von Trips, Hill, and Brabham all make their way past, leaving Brooks down in 10th place. A disappointing showing for one of Van Wall's front runners, especially here at home, where expectations are sky high. Not like Peter Collins at the front, he's absolutely flying. The Ferrari looks perfectly balanced in his hands, and Collins drives with total confidence. Lap after lap, he pulls away from Moss, inch by inch, second by second. The gap grows steadily, and it's clear he's starting to stretch his legs. The home crowd roars as the British Ferrari driver begins to build a comfortable cushion at the front of the field. But behind Collins, the field slowly begins to crumble. Silverstone may not be the most punishing track, but let's not forget, this is the 1950s, when reliability was always hanging by a thread. Engines were fragile, gearboxes unpredictable, and luck was as important as speed. The next victim is Graham Hill. His Lotus 16, powered by the smaller 2-liter engine, simply can't take the strain. After just 17 laps, the engine gives up, forcing Hill to pull over and retire. Ironically, it's the same problem that ended his race in France. But at least there, the car survived nearly 275 kilometers. Here at Silverstone, it barely makes it past 80. One Lotus is out, and Chapman's mechanics are left scratching their heads again. The next unfortunate to join the retirements list is John Behra. Out of nowhere, a hare darts across the track, right into the path of Behra's BRM. The impact shatters part of the suspension, leaving the car wounded and undrivable. Behra manages to limp back to the pits, but the damage is too severe to repair. There's nothing the mechanics can do. The Frenchman steps out furious and helpless. A hare has just ended his British Grand Prix. We've reached lap 19, and it seems like fate just flipped a switch. 3 cars bow out in quick succession, marking a real turning point in the race. First to go is John Behra, his earlier run-in with that hare proving fatal for his BRM. Then comes Iver Bueb in the second Connaught. The gearbox gives up, and with it, Bernie Ecclestone's hopes of seeing his cars reach the finish. The outdated machinery simply can't keep up anymore. And if that wasn't enough, the Lotus garage takes another blow. Alan Stacey in the newer Lotus 16 suffers the same overheating issues that plagued Graham Hill earlier. Steam, smoke, and silence. He's out. That leaves just one Lotus still circulating, the old faithful Lotus 12, with Cliff Allison bravely keeping the flag flying for Colin Chapman's team. But there's no miracle for Colin Chapman today. Lap 21, and the last remaining Lotus gives up the fight. And the cause? You guessed it, engine overheating. All 3 Lotuses are now out of the British Grand Prix. The team is absolutely devastated. They pushed, they experimented, they dreamed. But none of their cars made it to half distance. These Coventry Climax engines are proving to be all or nothing. They can win you a Grand Prix, as they did for Trintignant and Moss earlier in the year, or they can die after just a handful of laps. Reliability, much like safety in the 1950s, simply wasn't in the Formula One dictionary. Meanwhile, Roy Salvadori is on the charge in his Coventry Climax-powered Cooper. Lap after lap, he shadows Lewis Evans, studying every move, every braking point, waiting for the perfect opening. The Cooper may be lighter, nimbler, and in Salvadori's hands, absolutely flying. And finally, on lap 25, the moment arrives. He dives past the van wall and snatches 4th place. A superb move by Salvadori, proving once again that the little rear-engine Cooper is no longer the underdog. It's the future. Meanwhile at the front, Stirling Moss is doing everything he can to reel in Peter Collins. The Ferrari looks untouchable on this circuit, but Moss is never one to give up easily. Lap after lap, he pushes harder, braking later, cornering faster, squeezing every ounce of power out of his van wall. But there's a fine line between brilliance and disaster. The van wall's engine, already running on the edge, finally gives way under the strain. A puff of white smoke, then flames, and that's it. Moss is out of the race on lap 26. A heartbreaking moment for the home crowd, and a huge blow in his championship fight. Meanwhile, Mike Hawthorne quietly benefits from his rival's misfortune, moving up to 2nd place behind his teammate Collins. For the next 18 laps, the race settles into a calm rhythm, almost eerie after all the early chaos. No overtakes, no retirements, just the steady roar of engines circling Silverstone. But one man isn't calm at all. Wolfgang von Trips. Watching 2 Ferraris lead up front while he's stuck down in 6th must be pure torture. Ahead of him is Jack Brabham's tiny Cooper, smaller, lighter, and with far less power. How could this little machine hold off a Ferrari for so long? Of course, von Trips couldn't know what Cooper's concept would mean for the future of Formula One, the birth of the rear-engined revolution. But for now, in 1958, it's just an annoying little car that refuses to move aside. The engine starts to lose its edge. Von Trips must be absolutely fuming inside his helmet. The Cooper might look modest compared to the mighty Ferrari, But right now, it's showing the world that clever engineering can outsmart raw horsepower. For the next 12 laps, Von Trips throws everything he has at Brabham's Cooper. Every straight brings him hope, but every corner takes it all away again. Brabham, calm and composed, dances through the turns, while the German can only watch the little car pull away again and again. It becomes a cruel pattern. Attack, close in, lose it. Until suddenly, on lap 60, the Ferrari disappears from Brabham's mirrors entirely. Silence. No red flash behind him anymore. Moments later, word comes through. The Ferrari's mighty 143 V6 has finally cried enough. Too many laps driven flat out. Too much heat. Too much strain. The engine gives up in a puff of smoke. Von Trips is out. A victim not of his courage, but of the relentless limits of 1950s machinery. So, dear viewers, Peter Collins is in complete control from the very first lap. Lap after lap, he keeps his Ferrari perfectly balanced, never putting a wheel wrong, and as he completes the final lap, he crosses the finish line to a huge ovation from the British crowd. He finally manages another victory, his first since that sensational 1956 season, and with it, he proves once again to Enzo Ferrari that he's not just a flash of brilliance, but a true cornerstone of the Scuderia. It's also quite an interesting move from Ferrari today. No team orders, no signals to let Mike Hawthorn through to strengthen his title lead. Perhaps the old man, Enzo, wanted to see what Collins can really do when left to his own race. And speaking of Mike Hawthorn, he crosses the line in second place, collecting 6 valuable points for the championship and an extra point for setting the fastest lap of the race. Every single one of those will count in his tight battle with Sterling Moss. Third across the line is Roy Salvadori in the Cooper. A fantastic performance from the British driver, who still manages to hold off Lewis Evans in the final laps. And with that, Salvadori celebrates his first ever Formula One podium. As for 5th place, that goes to Harry Schell in the BRM. After a chaotic race full of oil leaks and overheating problems, the American still brings the car home in the points. And now, dear viewers, let's take a look at the championship picture. Because after today, it's starting to take real shape. Mike Hawthorn is now a serious contender for the world title. With 30 points to his name, he's opened up a healthy gap over Sterling Moss, who remains stuck on 23 after yet another retirement. That's his 3rd mechanical failure of the season, and you can almost feel Moss's frustration. He's fast, no doubt, but without reliability, even the greatest speed can't win you a championship. Meanwhile, Peter Collins has made a spectacular leap up the standings, jumping from 11th all the way to 3rd, overtaking the late Luigi Musso in the process. A bittersweet shift in the rankings, as Musso's name still lingers in the hearts of many. So, as we leave Silverstone, the season begins to take its true form. Every race from now on matters. Every point counts. The battle for the 1958 World Championship is well and truly on. Meanwhile, over in the Constructors' Championship, the picture looks, well, almost exactly the same, except for the numbers. Ferrari still leads the way, their consistency and horsepower keeping them firmly on top. Van Wall sits second, still within striking distance, but once again, they leave their home race wondering what could have been. As for Cooper, they're fighting hard, but the gap to the Italians is growing wider with every round. The little British team is punching above its weight, yet Ferrari's relentless pace keeps them just out of reach. And then there's Lotus. Oh, poor Lotus. After a truly disastrous weekend at Silverstone, with all 3 cars failing to finish, they walk away with absolutely nothing. No points, no glory. Just a garage full of broken engines and shattered optimism. Sometimes in Formula One, progress just means surviving the weekend, and Lotus didn't even manage that. So, that's it. The 1958 British Grand Prix has given us its heroes and heartbreaks. Some teams rise, some fall, but one thing is certain, this championship is far from over. And the next chapter, oh, it's a big one. We're heading to the green hell itself, the Nürburgring, for the 1958 German Grand Prix. A circuit so wild, so unforgiving, that even the bravest drivers hold their breath before the start. So, dear viewers, If you enjoyed this deep dive into Formula One history, give this video a like, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more stories from the golden age of racing. Get ready, because next time, we're going to Germany. Dear Petrolheads, welcome back to Germany, and to the 8th chapter of this remarkable season. Once again, our battleground is the Nürburgring, the ancient titan of motorsport, the circuit that has humbled champions and crowned legends. Long before it became the modern Mecca, where car manufacturers chase lap times and bragging rights, before prototype supercars thundered through its forests in the name of engineering glory, this very ribbon of tarmac served a different purpose. It tested men. Today, companies send their machines here to earn fame and validation, to prove their aerodynamics, their horsepower, their technology. But in 1958, none of those comforts existed. No traction control, no carbon fiber, no endless simulations. Back then, it was the drivers themselves who were put on trial. Their bravery, their precision, their willingness to stare into the abyss of the green hell and keep their foot down. And the Nürburgring was never feared merely for its length or its endless corners or the total absence of safety. No, its terror came from something far more real. This circuit has taken lives, many lives. Up to this very day, a staggering 69 drivers have met their end on these twisting forest roads. Legends like Onofre Marimon, Gerhard Mitter, or Karel Godin de Beaufort. The ring does not discriminate, but it punishes the slightest mistake with equal fury. And the race you are about to witness, the 1958 German Grand Prix, will tragically join this grim toll. But that part of the story, we shall unfold later. By Thursday midday, the Scuderia Ferrari transporter rolled into the paddock, carrying an impressive arsenal. 3 Dino, 246 Formula One cars, and a Formula 2 machine. Being among the earliest arrivals, the Ferrari team wasted no time, taking to the track for unofficial laps that same afternoon. This marked the first time the Dino V6 cars had ever been driven on the Nürburgring, making the early running all the more valuable. Phil Hill, the American driver who had waited a long time for a proper single-seater opportunity with the team, was handed the Formula 2 Ferrari. Although smaller in engine capacity, the car was in many respects a nearly exact twin of the Formula 1 version. Its chassis was lighter, built with uniformly sized main tubes, reminding everyone that the modern Formula 1 Ferrari had evolved directly from the successful Formula 2 prototype of the previous year. Van Wall began the weekend in better spirits than the year before. Hard lessons from their difficult 1957 Nürburgring outing had guided their decisions on suspension, damping, anti-roll bars, and steering geometry. But beneath this progress lay a major headache: engines. One unit had blown itself to pieces at Silverstone, and further failures had occurred on the test bench as the team hurried to prepare for Germany. With time too short to manufacture replacements, the team arrived with only 3 complete cars instead of their usual 4. Moss and Brooks were the designated drivers, while the third chassis was kept aside as a spare. Lewis Evans, lacking an available engine, was benched for the weekend. For BRM, this marked their first appearance at the demanding Eiffel circuit with their latest machinery. Ideally, they would have liked to run laps beforehand, but with their drivers unavailable, the team was forced to take the plunge and learn on the job, much as Van Wall had done the year prior. Fortunately for them, both Behra and Schell knew the circuit intimately, their experience a stabilizing anchor on a circuit known for punishing inexperience. Meanwhile, Team Lotus arrived at the Nürburgring with a small but determined force. 2 factory-prepared Lotus 16s. Their showing at Silverstone had been disappointing, yet the mood within the team remained defiantly optimistic. Here, in the Eiffel Mountains, they hoped the ring would be kinder. The first car, configured in full Formula One specification, was entrusted to Cliff Allison, the steady, reliable workhorse of Colin Chapman's young outfit. The second 16, built to the lighter Formula 2 regulations, was handed to a rising name, Graham Hill, still early in his journey, still proving himself. And they were not alone. A third Lotus sat among the starters, an aging Lotus 12, also running to Formula 2 spec. But this machine was no works entry. It belonged to privateer Ivar Bueb, a Le Mans winner turned single-seater hopeful, determined to wrestle the old chassis around the world's most unforgiving circuit. As for Cooper, the season had begun like a revelation. Their rear-engine revolution stunned the paddock, but as the months rolled on, the team gradually lost ground to the relentless pace of Ferrari and the resurging might of Van Wall. Yet inside the Cooper garage there was no panic, only quiet satisfaction. They were a small outfit, yes, but one that had forced the giants to sweat. On the tight technical circuits where agility mattered more than horsepower, the little Coopers could snap and dart like nothing else on the grid. And the Nürburgring, with its endless corners, cambers and crests, was one such circuit. The team arrived armed with the newest T45s, and the men who had become their trusted standard bearers. Roy Salvadori, quick and experienced, and Jack Brabham, the tough Australian who could drive a car to its limits, and then some. But Cooper had brought something more, a secret weapon, wrapped not in metal but in youth. Just 20 years old, a boy in the eyes of many, a newcomer from a distant island nation most Europeans barely associated with motor racing. His name, today spoken with reverence by fans across the world, was Bruce McLaren. But back then, he was simply the Kiwi kid, unknown, unproven, another hopeful hanging on to a dream. Cooper placed him in one of their older machines. A T43 entered in the Formula 2 category. On paper, it was little more than a learning opportunity, a young driver gaining experience on motorsport's most terrifying circuit. And after the factory teams took their places in the paddock, the usual group of privateers arrived as well, adding variety and character to the field. The largest among them was Scuderia Centro Sud, carrying with them a machine that, by 1958, was beginning to show its age, the Maserati 250F. It's true that the 250F achieved its last Grand Prix victory here exactly 1 year ago, but that success came under full Maserati works support and with Fangio behind the wheel. Since then, the car has steadily fallen behind the pace of the newer designs, unable to keep up with rapid developments in chassis construction, brakes, and engine technology. Still, the 250F remained a proper Formula One car, well built, respected, and capable of strong performances in the right hands. For this event, Scuderia Centro Sud entered 3 examples of the car: Hans Hermann, Joe Bonnier, and Troy Ruttman, the former Indianapolis 500 winner, a symbol of American grit and raw speed, whose international appearances always drew attention. And since we are racing in Germany, it was only natural that a local team would appear on the entry list for the Formula 2 category, Porsche. The factory outfit arrived with their RSK and their trusted driver, Edgar Barth. Barth knew the Nürburgring well. Only a year earlier, he finished 12th overall, but won his class, proving both the car's capability and his own familiarity with the circuit. With that experience behind them, Porsche entered the weekend confident and well prepared. They were not the only Porsche presence in the field. Also returning was Dutchman Karel Godin de Beaufort, driving a privately entered Porsche. He had brought a Formula 2 car to the Dutch Grand Prix earlier in the year, despite there being no Formula 2 class in that event, a typical example of de Beaufort's unconventional approach. This time, however, he finally had a proper Formula 2 race in which to compete.
Meine Damen und Herren, Jungs und Mädchen, was für eine große Ehre für Deutschland, Teil der größten Meisterschaft der Welt zu sein. Die Formel 1 ist die absolute Königsklasse des Motorsports und wir freuen uns außerordentlich, einen Lauf dieses großartigen Wettbewerbs hier auf dem Nürburgring begrüßen zu dürfen.
Qualifying for the German Grand Prix turned into a surprisingly cheerful spectacle. The kind of session where every team had something to brag about, something to hide, and something they hoped no one had seen. This year's session began with something that made the entire paddock stop, stare, and wonder if their stopwatches were broken. Mike Hawthorne put in a lap of 9 minutes 14 seconds. 14 seconds faster than Juan Manuel Fangio's legendary 1957 record. 14 seconds. On the Nordschleife. Some mechanics genuinely thought Hawthorne had taken a shortcut. It was a statement not only to his rivals, but to the entire paddock. Ferrari had come to the Nürburgring prepared. Vanwall naturally were horrified, except for Tony Brooks, who responded by going almost as fast, finishing just 1 second slower, an extraordinary achievement on such a long and unforgiving circuit. Sterling Moss, usually the man everyone chases, ended up third. Not a disaster, but slightly off the ultimate pace. Fourth on the grid is Peter Collins, who clocked a respectable time, but still ended up 7.9 seconds adrift of his Ferrari teammate, but still safely ahead of the midfield mayhem. The Cooper boys were quite pleased with themselves too. Salvadori and Trintignant grabbed 6th and 7th, proving that small cars can still punch above their size. And in 10th place, Jack Brabham put in a time that made many forget he was driving a Formula 2 car. A very polite reminder that horsepower isn't everything, especially when the driver is Jack Brabham. For BRM, this first appearance at the Nürburgring with their current machinery proved challenging. The team spent much of practice searching for suitable setups, and the results reflected their struggle. Harry Schell could do no better than 8th, while John Behra's weekend was compromised almost immediately. After heavily damaging his main car on the first day, he was forced into the spare machine and ultimately managed only 12th on the grid. Lotus had their own brand of chaos. Cliff Allison was flying on his Nürburgring debut with an impressive 11th, until Graham Hill, after suffering an engine seizure, borrowed Allison's car, immediately crashed that too, and ensured the Lotus mechanics would not be seeing daylight or happiness for the rest of the weekend.
Meine Damen und Herren, aufmerksam bitte. Die Fahrzeuge der Formel 1 und der Formel 2 treten gemeinsam an. Aber nur die Formel 1-Wagen können Meisterschaftspunkte sammeln. Und hier ist das endgültige Ergebnis des Qualifyings. Auf Startplatz 1 mit der Startnummer 3, Ferrari 246, Mike Hawthorne. Dieser Junge ist so unglaublich schnell. Wir sind schlicht begeistert von seinem Tempo. Auf Startplatz 2, Startnummer 8, Vanwall, Tony Brooks nur 1 Sekunde zurück. Startplatz 3, Nummer 7, ebenfalls in Vanwall, Sterling Moss mit einem Rückstand von 5,9 Sekunden. Startplatz 4, Nummer 2 im Ferrari, Peter Collins, 7,9 Sekunden dahinter. Startplatz 5, Nummer 4, unser deutscher Held, endlich wieder im Ferrari, Wolfgang von Trips mit 10,7 Sekunden Rückstand. Meine Damen und Herren, einen Moment Ihrer Aufmerksamkeit bitte. Bevor wir gleich die Motoren hören und das Feld auf die Reise schicken, müssen wir Ihnen eine äußerst ungewöhnliche Entscheidung der Rennleitung mitteilen. Nach einer erneuten Kontrolle der Trainingsprotokolle hat die Rennleitung festgestellt, dass mehrere Fahrer die vorgeschriebenen 6 Trainingsrunden nicht vollständig absolviert haben. Und anstatt wie üblich ein Auge zuzudrücken, hat man diesmal hart durchgegriffen. Die betreffenden Zeiten wurden annulliert, meine Damen und Herren. Die Fahrer wurden angewiesen, von den letzten beiden Startreihen aus ins Rennen zu gehen. Für Joe Bonnier, Jack Brabham und Cliff Allison ist das ein schwerer Schlag. Alle 3 hatten hervorragende Rundenzeiten gefahren. Alle 3 hatten sich starke Startplätze verdient. Und nun stehen sie ganz hinten, ungeachtet ihrer Leistung auf der Strecke. Ihre Qualifikationszeiten bleiben offiziell bestehen, aber ihre tatsächliche Startposition liegt nun ganz am Ende des Feldes. Aber vielleicht, meine Damen und Herren, ist genau diese Entscheidung der zusätzliche Funke, der die betroffenen Fahrer heute zu noch größerer Entschlossenheit antreibt. Denn das Rennen, das vor uns liegt, ist trotz der reduzierten Distanz alles andere als leicht. 15 Runden, 324 Kilometer. Kilometer oder 212,5 Meilen auf der ultimativen Prüfung für Mensch und Maschine. Und damit, meine Damen und Herren, ist der Moment gekommen. Der große Preis von Deutschland 1958 hier auf dem Nürburgring ist on. Sie sind unterwegs.
As the flag drops, it is once again Stirling Moss who makes the most decisive getaway. Throughout the 1950s, Moss established himself as perhaps the finest starter of his generation, consistently launching his car with remarkable precision and instinct. By contrast, Juan Manuel Fangio, though the undisputed master of Grand Prix racing, was never renowned for rapid starts, a habit well known to both his rivals and his admirers. So, the field flows through the first corner in a tightly packed, yet it is immediately evident that the two Ferraris of Mike Hawthorn and Peter Collins have not enjoyed their best start. And we do not have to wait long for the situation to develop. The two Ferraris, momentarily hesitant at the start, soon gather themselves and find their rhythm. By the end of the opening lap, they have moved decisively into pursuit, lining up behind Moss with the urgency of men driving the final miles of a race, rather than the first. But even their renewed pace encounters an immediate obstacle. Moss's own opening tour of the circuit has been executed with exceptional speed. As the Ferraris apply the pressure, the margin ahead refuses to contract. Instead, it slowly, methodically extends. Yet the first lap brought with it the race's initial casualty. Jack Brabham, relegated to the rear of the field after the organizers' ruling, found himself caught in the congestion of the opening charge. In the melee, his Cooper made contact with Joachim Bonnier's Maserati. For Bonnier, the incident was decisive. The Swedish driver was eliminated on the spot. Brabham, meanwhile, managed to coax his wounded machine back towards the pits, but the damage proved terminal. His retirement was confirmed almost as soon as he arrived, marking an early end to his afternoon's efforts. By the second lap, Moss appeared entirely master of the situation. He had already carved out an 11-second advantage over the pursuing Ferraris of Hawthorn and Collins. It was a remarkable early margin. The young Londoner seemed determined to have a go at outdoing Fangio's legendary charge from the year before. But even in this Grand Prix, an episode unfolded that would be unthinkable by modern standards, and indeed would have been viewed even in the 1960s as bordering on attempted murder. Wolfgang von Trips brought his Ferrari into the pits, reporting with some urgency that his brakes had all but vanished. The mechanics inspected the car with care, yet found nothing amiss. Romolo Tavoni, Ferrari's team manager, then delivered an instruction that defies belief today. He advised von Trips to rely on engine braking alone and sent him back onto the circuit. Now, dear viewer, one must pause for a moment. To guide a Ferrari 246 around the Nürburgring, this vast, unforgiving circuit without functioning brakes is a prospect that verges on the unimaginable. Yet this is precisely what von Trips was asked to do. Unsurprisingly, the German, who had been running in a strong fifth position, slipped back to eighth, for the moment at least. By the third lap, Stirling Moss had already carved out a commanding advantage, 16 seconds clear of the field. With Moss slipping beyond their immediate reach, Mike Hawthorn and Peter Collins found themselves drawn into a contest of their own. These two, fondly known in the paddock as the Mon Ami mates, had formed one of the closest bonds in the sport. Unable to challenge the leader, they instead engaged each other in a spirited exchange of places, as though momentarily liberated from championship arithmetic. They darted and countered through the forested corners, each overtake answered with another, not in hostility, but in the unmistakable rhythm of two drivers who understood and trusted one another. It was a scene that spoke to a different era of motor racing, where fierce competition could coexist with genuine camaraderie, and where even in the heat of a Grand Prix, two friends could momentarily indulge in the sheer joy of the chase. For poor Wolfgang von Trips, however, there was no space for camaraderie or playful rivalry. His plight belonged to a far darker chapter of the sport. One can hardly imagine the terror running through him, and no driver, whether crowned or future world champion, would remain unshaken when confronted with the knowledge that his Ferrari had effectively been rendered brakeless on the Nürburgring. And the effects were immediate. With no means of slowing the car in the conventional fashion, Von Trips slipped down the order like a stone in water. First Salvadori swept past, then Phil Hill, and soon after even young Bruce McLaren, piloting nothing more than a Formula 2 Cooper, eased by the stricken Ferrari. When a junior class machine can dispatch a works car so effortlessly, the severity of the problem becomes painfully clear. And so we arrive at the fourth lap, the first moment of true upheaval in this Grand Prix. Stirling Moss, who had commanded the race with his customary poise, suddenly eased his van wall to the side of the circuit. There would be no heroic charge today. A failing magneto had struck him down, as merciless and final as any mechanical betrayal of the era. Thus continues the curious pattern of Moss's 1958 campaign. He either graces the podium with brilliance or retires in frustration. Nothing in between. And here, on the unforgiving tarmac of the Nürburgring, fate once more chose the latter. All he could do is to watch as the red Ferraris swept past, Collins first, then Hawthorne, reclaiming control of the race. And in that instant, it was Peter Collins who assumed command of the German Grand Prix, inheriting the lead Moss had so confidently built. On that very same lap, another chapter quietly closed. Karel Godin de Beaufort, bravely wrestling his privateer Porsche 550 around the vastness of the Nürburgring, saw his race meet an abrupt end. The little 1.5-litre Type 547 engine, valiant but overstretched, simply could not endure the relentless demands of the ring. A brief puff of smoke, a faltering note, and then silence. Just like that, the cheerful orange Porsche rolled to a halt, its hopes extinguished long before the afternoon had truly begun. The following lap claimed yet another casualty. Graham Hill, at the wheel of the Formula 2 spec Lotus 16, was forced to abandon his efforts when an oil pipe fractured, draining his pressure and bringing the car to a reluctant halt. He had been circulating in 16th place, steady, committed, and hopeful for a rare finish. But fate, once again, had other plans. Up to this Grand Prix, Hill had been compelled to retire from every race he had entered. For a young driver carving his first steps in the sport, this succession of disappointments must have been profoundly difficult to endure. The potential was there, unmistakably, but the machinery, not yet. But on the very next lap, drama returned to the Formula 2 battle. Phil Hill, who had been leading his category with steady confidence, suddenly came upon the slick ribbon of oil left behind by the stricken Lotus. At Nürburgring speeds, there was precious little warning. The Ferrari stepped sideways, twitching violently. For a moment it seemed certain the American would be launched into the trees. But Hill's reflexes, and perhaps a measure of providence, saved him. The incident dropped him back to 10th place, yet considering what might have been on this unforgiving circuit, he could count himself remarkably fortunate indeed. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, Collins and Hawthorne continued their spirited duet. Yet in their private contest, neither seemed fully aware of the time slipping through their fingers. For behind them, the dark green van wall of Tony Brooks was advancing with quiet, relentless purpose. By the 9th lap, the warning was unmistakable. Brooks had drawn directly onto Hawthorne's tail. The mood changed instantly. The carefree dicing was over. This was now firm, disciplined defense. But the transformation came too late. Brooks was driving with remarkable speed. First, he swept past Hawthorne, dispatching the Ferrari with clinical precision. And scarcely a heartbeat later, he reeled in Collins as well, sliding by to claim the lead of the German Grand Prix. What had begun as a friendly sparring match between two red cars had suddenly become a very different story. But for Peter Collins, this was a victory he felt he had to seize. His form had returned. The Ferrari 246 had finally become a truly competitive machine, and his triumph at Silverstone had lifted his confidence immeasurably. So, the young Englishman began to press on. Yet in his effort, brave, committed, and perhaps a shade too urgent, Collins pushed the limit once too often. And then it happened. The Ferrari snapped away from him. In an instant, the car was no longer under his command, sliding violently and colliding with ferocious force. Hawthorne, just behind, could do nothing but watch, a terrible picture unfolding in slow motion. The mistake, the loss of control, and then the dreadful scale of the accident. Collins was thrown from the car and hurled into the trees. Spectators and marshals rushed from all directions, combing the undergrowth in desperate search. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the rescuers acted at once. An ambulance was summoned urgently, and the stricken driver was carried aboard with the faintest hope that he might reach the hospital alive. Almost immediately after the accident, Mike Hawthorne guided his Ferrari into the pits. His official explanation spoke of a failing clutch, a credible mechanical misfortune on a circuit as unforgiving as this. Yet it is difficult not to sense a deeper truth beneath the surface. Only moments before, Hawthorne had seen his closest friend lose control and vanish into the dark line of trees. Such a sight would chill even the firmest resolve. These men were the titans of their age, the very embodiment of courage. But even titans have limits. And this was not the first time the Nürburgring had exposed them. Just remember José Froilán González, a man built like a heavyweight bull, a driver famed for his ferocity and iron nerves, who burst into tears and withdrew from the very same circuit in 1954 after witnessing the fatal accident of Onofre Marimón. So, if Hawthorne, in the wake of Collins's dreadful crash, felt he could not continue, who could blame him? Beneath the roar of engines and the grandeur of Grand Prix racing lay something fragile and profoundly human. And on the Nürburgring, that truth had a way of revealing itself with merciless clarity. In the closing laps, the order stabilizes, and Tony Brooks, now completely free of Ferrari pressure, guides the Van Wall home to victory. It's his second triumph of the season and the third Grand Prix win of his career. Roy Salvadori brings his Cooper home in second after another outstanding performance, continuing the strong form he showed in Great Britain. Third place goes to Maurice Trintignant in Rob Walker's privately entered Cooper, meaning Cooper cars lock out 2 spots on the podium, even if not for the works team itself. Somehow, Wolfgang von Trips manages to hang on to fourth, a feat that borders on miraculous, considering he wrestles a brakeless Ferrari around the Nürburgring for nearly the entire distance. Fifth place goes to the standout Formula 2 driver of the day, young Bruce McLaren. On his Grand Prix debut, on the world's most unforgiving circuit, he delivers a masterful drive in his little 1.5-litre car. He earns no championship points as an F2 entrant, but finishing 5th overall in such circumstances is nothing short of extraordinary. And, as for Peter Collins, he never regained consciousness. He was rushed to the hospital in Bonn, but the head injuries he had suffered were simply too severe, and he passed away a short time later. Every driver lost in a race was a wound to Formula One itself, but this one hit especially hard. Peter Collins was, without question, one of the finest gentlemen the sport had ever known. His sportsmanship had already become legend. In the 1956 season finale, with a world title still within reach, he handed his Ferrari over to his main rival, Juan Manuel Fangio, sacrificing his own championship hopes without hesitation. As he later explained, "All I could think of out there was that if I won the race and the championship, I would become an instant celebrity. Driving would not be fun anymore." It was this spirit, selfless, noble, almost impossibly pure, that made his loss feel so painfully heavy across the entire racing world. But as history shows, Formula One never stands still, not even in the face of tragedy. Especially in the 1950s, the sport carried a grim, warlike mindset. Danger was part of the job. Death was an unwelcome but familiar visitor, and the world simply kept turning. A life could be lost on Sunday, and by Monday the circus was already looking ahead to the next race. It was brutal, but it was the reality of the era. So, after an emotionally crushing German Grand Prix, the championship picture shifts once again. Hawthorne and Moss remain locked at the top, but only Moss manages to scrape a single point from the Nürburgring thanks to his fastest lap. Tony Brooks, with his commanding drive, climbs to third place in the standings. And with that, all three men still hold a genuine shot at capturing this unforgiving, hard-fought championship. And what of the Constructors' Championship? Here too, the German Grand Prix leaves its mark. The overall order remains unchanged, but the gap tightens considerably. Van Wall edges closer to Ferrari. What had been an 11-point deficit is now reduced to just 4. Cooper, meanwhile, collects a valuable 6 points of their own. With that, they also remain very much within reach, still contenders in this tense battle to produce the season's leading machine. And so, dear viewers, that concludes the 1958 German Grand Prix, an afternoon that delivered a victor, several hard-luck stories, and a tragic final chord. Yet, it is precisely races like this that shape the sport into what we recognize today. Still thrilling, still relentless, but thankfully stripped of the once constant threat of losing our heroes. And, as we have said before, Formula One never pauses. Not for grief, not for shock, not for anything. The championship marches on. So, we invite you to stay with us for the next chapter, the 1958 Portuguese Grand Prix, where the title fight takes yet another dramatic twist, courtesy of Stirling Moss. Well, you will see. Until then, farewell, and thank you for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, welcome to Portugal and to the 9th round of the 1958 Formula One season. Normally, this is where I would proudly say, welcome to the Circuito da Boa Vista in Porto, a narrow, brutal street circuit where walls wait patiently for mistakes and suspension parts go to die. But today things are not quite that simple. Up until now, Grand Prix TV has done its absolute best to recreate every race as accurately and historically correct as possible. The right cars, the right drivers, the right tracks. However, Boa Vista has decided to rebel against history. The only truly accurate version of the circuit available today is, how shall we put this politely, held together by hope, prayers, and several critical injuries. The only historically accurate version of the Boa Vista circuit available today is, quite simply, not fit for purpose. Broken AI lines, non-functional pit stops, cars stranded on the grid before the race even begins, a circuit bleeding from too many wounds to safely carry the story of a world championship race. So, after much suffering and several existential crises, a decision was made. For this race, Boa Vista has been replaced by the Tasmanian Longford circuit. Now make no mistake, Longford is no street fighting Porto. It cannot fully replicate Boa Vista's claustrophobic walls or its urban madness. But what it can offer is something essential. A flowing, high-speed public road circuit, proper pit facilities, reliable race behavior, and above all, a stage where the cars and drivers of 1958 can actually race. This substitution isn't about visuals. It's about storytelling. It's about letting the season continue without breaking immersion or credibility. So today, the Portuguese Grand Prix lives on, not as a perfect mirror of Boa Vista, but as a respectful stand-in that allows the championship battle to unfold as it should. With that said, let's head into round 9 of 1958. With just 3 races remaining in the 1958 season, the situation could not be clearer. Every single point now carries enormous weight. For the first time in the history of Formula One, the championship crown is guaranteed to go to a British driver, an extraordinary achievement in itself. Even more remarkable, the top 5 contenders in the standings are all British, a reflection of a season unlike any other. Yet when we look beyond the numbers, the true fight has narrowed to just 2 men, Mike Hawthorn and Stirling Moss. Moss is widely regarded as the faster, more naturally gifted racer, relentlessly consistent, aggressive, and fearless. But Hawthorn has proven something vital in 1958. He can fight just as hard. This season, he has matched Moss blow for blow, and he does so from the cockpit of what is arguably the strongest car on the grid. The Ferrari Dino 246 is a brute, not perfect, far from it. On tight technical circuits, Its weaknesses are obvious. It does not change direction like its rivals. It cannot dance through corners the way a Cooper or Van Wall can. But where the road opens up, the Ferrari simply obliterates the opposition. Its engine is not just powerful, it is overwhelming. Today, raw horsepower alone would never be enough. But this is the 1950s. Long straights dominate. Speed matters more than subtlety. And if Ferrari is known for one thing, it is uncompromising power. On paper, that gives Hawthorne the advantage. But inside the Ferrari garage, the atmosphere tells a darker story. Ferrari arrives with just two drivers, Mike Hawthorne and Wolfgang von Trips, not by choice, but because there are simply no others left. But standing opposite Ferrari is Stirling Moss, blindingly fast, remarkably consistent, a natural racer in every sense of the word. Just as important is the strength behind him. Van Wall arrives as a united team. No internal turmoil, no tragedy hanging in the air. All the remaining teams arrive in Portugal with largely familiar equipment and driver lineups unchanged from the previous rounds. BRM fields its P25s once again, entrusted to the experienced pairing of American Harry Schell and Frenchman Jean Behra. Cooper also stays true to its established formula. Jack Brabham and Roy Salvadori return behind the wheel of their compact rear-engined cars. This time, however, the team is without Bruce McLaren. The young New Zealander, impressive on his debut, sits this race out. On qualifying day, it quickly became clear that most of the field was venturing into the unknown. The Boa Vista circuit had never been a regular fixture on the World Championship calendar, and while races had been held here since 1951, they were almost exclusively sports car events. Legends such as Fangio, Behra, and Jose Froilan Gonzalez had flourished on these streets, but for the majority of the current Formula One grid, this was entirely unfamiliar territory. As a result, very few drivers arrived with genuine circuit knowledge. Under these circumstances, qualifying becomes a test not just of speed, but of adaptability. Hawthorne or Moss, Moss or Hawthorne. As many had predicted, it is Stirling Moss who emerges on top. The Van Wall driver claims pole position, but by the smallest margin imaginable. Just 0.05 of a second separate him from Mike Hawthorne. Even today, that would be close. Behind the two championship protagonists comes a surprise. Stuart Lewis-Evans delivers an outstanding lap to secure third place on the grid, comfortably ahead of his own teammate Tony Brooks. Once again, the young Briton proves he belongs at this level. Brooks, meanwhile, finds himself beaten not only within the Van Wall camp, but also by a BRM. Jean Behra places the P25 firmly among the frontrunners, underlining the quiet resurgence of the British Racing Motors team. Sixth on the grid is Wolfgang von Trips in the Ferrari. On paper, a respectable position, but one that comes with a sting. He is almost 3 seconds slower than his teammate Hawthorne, a sobering deficit given that both men are driving identical machinery. The remainder of the starting grid was a varied collection of Coopers, Lotuses, and the ever-present Maserati 250Fs. Yet it was clear that many of these drivers were still struggling to truly understand the rhythm of this demanding circuit. Boa Vista was doing what it had always done, separating those who dared to push from those who chose survival. After 2 days of fine, settled weather on Friday and Saturday, Sunday morning greeted the paddock with an unwelcome change. Rain swept across the circuit, dampening the asphalt and reminding everyone just how unpredictable conditions could be at Boa Vista. For a time, the entire track lay soaked, forcing teams and drivers to rethink their approach. The racing surface was far from perfect, but conditions were good enough for the Grand Prix to go ahead without delay. We are just moments away from the start of the Portuguese Grand Prix. The race distance today is 50 laps, which adds up to a massive 370 kilometers, or 231 miles. If the weather stays like this afternoon will demand everything from the drivers, physically, mentally, and mechanically. As the flag falls, there is no surprise at the front. Stirling Moss launches perfectly, and immediately claims the lead. Once again, his mastery of the start is on full display. Throughout the 1950s, no driver is more decisive in those first crucial seconds than Moss. Watching him surge ahead from the line is a familiar sight. But Moss is not the only driver to make a stunning getaway. Wolfgang von Trips produces a start of real authority. Lining up sixth on the grid, the young German wastes no time at all. By the end of the opening lap, he has carved his way through the pack and emerged in third position. At the front, Hawthorne does not let Moss escape. Using the Ferrari's superior straight-line speed, he gradually closes the gap and then makes his move, overtaking the van wall to take the lead. It is a clean, decisive pass, and an early indication that the Ferraris are very much in contention here. By lap 4, attention turns to John Behra. By this stage of his career, Behra has already established a clear reputation. Intense, determined, and relentlessly competitive. Driving hard but with purpose, he closes in on the van wall of the young Stuart Lewis Evans and makes a clean move to take the position. One lap later, he is already on the tail of his own teammate, Harry Schell. There is little hesitation. Behra passes him as well, moving up into fourth place and once again placing himself firmly among the front runners. By lap 6, the race claims its first victim, and unfortunately, it is Maria Teresa de Filippis. She's running near the back of the field, that much is true, but position alone never tells the whole story. But machinery shows no mercy. Without warning, the Maserati's engine gives way. A sudden failure, a brief trail of smoke, and her race is over. She brings the car to a halt and steps out, her third Grand Prix ending not with a finish, but with another mechanical defeat. By lap 7, Moss increases the pace and closes the gap once more. Using the van wall's balance and his own precision, he moves past the Ferrari and retakes the lead. For Moss, this is not a reckless attack, but a necessary one. A measured response in a championship where every opportunity must be taken. The second Ferrari is facing difficulties as well, not through mechanical failure, but through a lack of pace. And the name behind that pressure is John Behra. The Frenchman is clearly in strong form today. Lap after lap, he closes in on Wolfgang von Trips, forcing the Ferrari driver to defend harder than he would like. Eventually, the pressure tells. Behra makes his move and slips past the German, taking third place. And at last, Tony Brooks begins to stir. On lap 11, with measured precision, he closes in on Jack Brabham's Cooper and makes his move stick, reclaiming 8th place. It is not spectacular, and it is not sudden, but it is effective. Good morning, Mr. Brooks. Wolfgang von Trips is having a difficult afternoon. He is no longer in contention for the win, and after being passed by Behra, the pressure continues to build. Now Stuart Lewis Evans is right on his tail. Lap after lap, the van wall fills the Ferrari's mirrors, and von Trips simply cannot shake him off. There is little he can do. The Ferrari lacks the grip and balance to defend effectively. Lewis Evans makes his move and goes through, pushing von Trips down to 5th place. And now, Tony Brooks, finally, is fully awake. He looks far more like the driver we have come to expect. He is closing rapidly on Carroll Shelby's lightweight Maserati, applying steady pressure rather than forcing the issue. It does not take long. Brooks finds his opportunity and moves through cleanly, continuing his quiet recovery. And Brooks' recovery does not stop there. Now fully back up to speed, the van wall driver closes rapidly on Harry Schell's BRM. The gap disappears within a lap, and this time there is little resistance. Brooks moves past decisively, the van wall's power doing the work, and climbs into 7th place. But we shouldn't forget who is leading the race. Stirling Moss is not just in first place, he is pulling away. By now his advantage over Hawthorne has grown to more than 30 seconds. Once again, Moss is setting a relentless pace. It's lap 35. and a familiar problem strikes the Scuderia once again. At the previous race at the Nürburgring, Wolfgang von Trips suffered a complete brake failure, a frightening malfunction that could easily have ended in tragedy. And now, in Portugal, history repeats itself. This time it's Mike Hawthorn who runs into trouble. He begins to struggle with his pace, clearly unable to manage the car properly. The issue soon becomes obvious. The brakes are failing. With no other option, Hawthorn brings the ailing Ferrari into the pits. The mechanics throw everything at the problem. Every component is checked, adjusted, readjusted, anything to keep the car going. Eventually, they manage to get Hawthorn back on track. But it costs time, precious time. As Hawthorn rejoins the race, John Behra flashes past him at full speed and takes second place. Now Hawthorn has no choice. He must focus harder than ever if he wants to limit the damage. And we don't have to wait long to see just how hard he pushes. As the drivers grew more familiar with the circuit and the changing conditions, lap times began to fall dramatically. So much so that one driver during the race managed to beat the original pole time from qualifying. And can you guess who it was? No, not Stirling Moss. It was Mike Hawthorn in the Ferrari. A lap of 2 minutes 32.37 seconds, almost 2 full seconds faster than the pole position time. An extraordinary achievement, and something that feels almost unthinkable in modern Formula One. Now we turn back to Tony Brooks. He is driving right on the limit, pushing hard to close the gap to the leaders. From deep in the field, Brooks has already fought his way up to 5th place, and now he finds himself right on the gearbox of his teammate, Stuart Lewis Evans. Brooks tries everything to find a way past, but Lewis Evans holds his line calmly and confidently. Lap after lap, he refuses to yield. And this forces Brooks to go beyond the limit. Under heavy pressure, Brooks loses control. The van wall spins, the engine stalls, and just like that, the charge is over. No restart, no recovery. A heartbreaking end to what had been one of the strongest comeback drives of the afternoon. It is lap 38, and Tony Brooks is out of the race. And dear viewers, do you remember how we spoke about John Behra's terrible luck? Here is yet another example. Behra suddenly loses a cylinder. With only 3 cylinders still firing, there is no pace left at all. From this point on, it is no longer racing. It is survival. He can only nurse the car carefully, knowing that the loss of just 1 more cylinder would mean immediate retirement. And then, inevitably, Mike Hawthorn appears in his mirrors. Hawthorn catches him easily and passes without resistance. Behra drops to 3rd place, but it doesn't end there. Moments later, Stuart Lewis Evans arrives as well and sweeps past just as effortlessly. Behra is pushed off the podium entirely. Moss closes rapidly on Hawthorn and overtaking his championship rival and putting him a lap down. But then something remarkable happens. Realizing what has just occurred and seeing Hawthorn's visible frustration, Hawthorn genuinely believing it was Lewis Evans who had taken 2nd place from him, Moss makes a decision. On the very next straight, Stirling Moss eases off and raises his hand, signaling Hawthorn to pass him back. Hawthorn accepts the gesture and crosses the line ahead of Moss, greeted by thunderous applause from the Portuguese crowd. A remarkable ending to a remarkable race, one defined not just by speed and endurance, but by respect between 2 rivals fighting for the same championship crown. However, the drama was not over. Because Hawthorn had been waved through, he still had to complete 1 additional lap. On that final lap, he made a mistake, skidded off the circuit, and stalled the Ferrari. During the parade lap, Moss caught up to the stranded car and stopped beside it. Hawthorn attempted to push start the Ferrari on his own. Realizing that any assistance from the marshals would mean instant disqualification, Moss deliberately blocked them, preventing them from touching the car. Hawthorn managed to restart the engine and disappeared down the road, while Moss completed his parade lap to the cheers of the crowd. Even then, the story was not finished. The final results were not officially confirmed until 11 p.m. that evening. After reviewing the full reports from their commissaires, the race organizers raised serious concerns about Hawthorn's actions on his final lap, particularly the short distance he had traveled backwards on the circuit. Stirling Moss once again intervened, testifying in favor of his compatriot. He insisted that Hawthorne's Ferrari posed no danger to anyone, as there were no other cars on the circuit at the time, and the maneuver was brief and controlled. In the end, the organizers accepted Moss's testimony and left the results unchanged. Sterling Moss was declared the winner. Mike Hawthorne finished second, and Stuart Lewis Evans completed the podium in third. John Behra managed to bring his wounded BRM home in fourth place, an achievement in itself given the state of the car. Wolfgang von Trips, after a challenging race marked by a lack of pace, finished fifth. So Mike Hawthorne retains the lead in the Drivers' Championship, but his advantage has been reduced. What was once a 6-point cushion is now down to just 4. It could have been far worse. Sterling Moss could easily have taken the championship lead today if he had simply stayed silent. Tony Brooks and Roy Salvadori failed to score points here, which means that the late Peter Collins remains fourth in the championship, his position frozen in time. But in the Constructors' Championship, history is in the making. For the first time this season, Van Wall steps to the top of the table, pushing Ferrari down into second place. Since the Belgian Grand Prix, the Scuderia had held the lead with authority, but Van Wall has now become their toughest opponent yet. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Portugal. Sterling Moss didn't just win this race, he demonstrated dominance. He took the field, shook it vigorously, and left everyone else wondering what just happened. And yet, despite everything we witnessed today, the championship is still not decided. Next stop, Italy, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. High speed, high risk, high drama. The penultimate round of the 1958 Formula One World Championship awaits, and trust me, this story is not finished yet. Dear Petrolheads, welcome to the Temple of Speed, a place many believe to be the most sacred circuit in the world. This is Monza, the palace of endless velocity, slipstream duels, and mechanical bravery. We've arrived at the 10th Grand Prix of the season, the penultimate race of 1958, where every lap carries championship weight. Once again, the organizers have chosen the short road circuit, leaving the fearsome oval unused. For many teams, this comes as a relief. The banking is a brutal beast. It devours tires, punishes suspensions, and leaves no room for error. On the road course, skill and balance matter just as much as raw speed. But make no mistake, this is still Monza, and here speed is never optional. No team understands this better than Ferrari. Already in the 1950s, the Scuderia was famous for its uncompromising philosophy: build the strongest, fastest cars possible. And fastest meant one thing above all else: straight line speed. Ferraris of this era were drag race monsters, relying on raw horsepower to compensate for weaknesses elsewhere. And for a time, that approach worked. But by 1958, it was no longer enough. The mechanical components surrounding those mighty engines often told a different story. Clutches disintegrated, brakes faded, gearboxes failed, and here at Monza, tires suffered especially badly. The problem had become impossible to ignore. Ferrari had to act. The Scuderia arrives with changes. 3 cars are fitted with new high-strength alloy drum brakes, designed to better withstand the punishment of Monza. But the 4th car represents something far more significant. For the first time in Ferrari's Formula One history, a car is equipped with disc brakes, originally developed for the upcoming Ferrari 250 TR. Enzo Ferrari has decided to test this new technology under the harshest possible conditions, a Grand Prix race. That car is entrusted to Mike Hawthorne. But as mentioned, 3 of the Ferraris were still running with traditional drum brakes. At the previous Grand Prix, Ferrari could field only Mike Hawthorne and Wolfgang von Trips, as the team had already lost 2 drivers during the season. That shortage forced the Scuderia to look for reinforcements. One of them was Olivier Gendebien, a driver Ferrari often turned to when times were difficult. Reliable, experienced, and always ready when called upon. The other was Phil Hill, who had already driven for the Scuderia at the German Grand Prix. And this young American was different. He is fast, very fast, and Phil Hill had already shown enough of it to make people take notice. But at Van Wall, the situation is almost the complete opposite. They arrive at Monza with the most advanced car on the entire grid, disc brakes, fuel injection, and an aerodynamically refined chassis shaped in a wind tunnel. The Van Wall VW5 is the technological peak of 1958. Yet even this masterpiece has an Achilles heel, the engine. When it works, it is magnificent, fast, smooth, and capable of dominating races. But when it doesn't, it fails spectacularly. Monaco, Silverstone, Reims, Spa, all painful reminders that speed means nothing if you don't reach the finish. Because of this, Van Wall treats Monza with extreme caution. Every engine in the pool has gone through meticulous inspection and careful preparation. At this stage of the championship, they can no longer afford the luxury of mechanical retirements. Because no matter how advanced a machine may be, it is only as strong as its weakest component. And the other teams? At this point in the championship, their best hope is simply to play the supporting cast in this monumental duel between Ferrari and Van Wall. At Monza, outright power is everything, and that is exactly where most of the British teams are at a disadvantage. This is the temple of speed, after all. They simply don't have the straight-line performance to challenge at the front here. But even so, their presence still matters. BRM arrived at Monza with the familiar P25, a car that had shown genuine flashes of promise throughout the season. The driver pairing remained the proven duo of Harry Schell and John Behra, but from this race the team expanded its lineup. Joe Bonnier joined BRM for the remainder of the season. Cooper arrived at Monza with their familiar 2.2-litre T45s, driven by Jack Brabham and Roy Salvadori. They knew perfectly well this would not be their Grand Prix. Monza is about raw power, and that is exactly what the Cooper lacks here. But no team arrives at Monza with a heavier handicap than Team Lotus. Up to this point in the season, only Cliff Allison has managed to see the checkered flag, while Graham Hill has retired from every single Grand Prix he entered. And now comes Monza, a circuit where outright speed is everything, and speed is exactly what Lotus lacks. For the team, this weekend is less about results and more about survival. The rest of the field arrives with what else but the faithful Maserati 250F. Privateers like Carroll Shelby, Hans Hermann, and Maria Teresa de Filippis take the start in these aging but respected machines. But for now, the stage is set. Ferrari versus Van Wall, horsepower versus innovation. This is the classic dilemma of Grand Prix racing, played out on one of the most classic circuits of them all. Monza is ready, and so is history.
Signore e signori, ancora una volta la storia si prepara a essere scritta. Davanti a noi ci sono i migliori piloti del mondo, uomini di coraggio, talento e cuore, pronti a sfidare la velocità e il destino. Vediamo le Van Valen, le BRM, le Cooper, le Lotus e le Maserati. Macchine straordinarie, nate per correre e combattere. Ma diciamolo subito, così ci capiamo. Oggi il pubblico è qui per una sola cosa, la scuderia Ferrari. Gli inglesi portano la tecnica, gli americani il coraggio, ma Ferrari porta l'anima. Davanti ai tifosi, sotto questo cielo italiano, ogni Ferrari corre come se fosse l'ultima.
Practice for the 1958 Italian Grand Prix is one of our absolute favorites. Back then, there were no Q1, Q2, or Q3 shootouts, no artificial drama, no traffic management. Instead, the teams were given almost a third of a day to set their fastest possible lap, whenever they felt ready, whenever the car and the driver were at their best. But Monza added its own special ingredient to this format: urgency. The pressure from the tifosi was everywhere. You could feel it in the paddock, in the pit lane, even on the straights. Drivers were being pushed to find lap time they weren't sure even existed, and teams were taking risks they might normally avoid. As a result, the fight for pole position became almost as intense as the race itself. Cars were going out again and again. Soon, the circuit was alive with activity. The Ferraris were circulating in the low 1 minute 45, while Behra and Moss were close behind in the 1 minute 46 range. Marston Gregory went out in Fangio's ultralight Maserati, pushing hard through the corners, wringing everything out of the car, At the same time, Phil Hill was also building momentum, visibly growing more comfortable with the Formula One machine, lap by lap, beginning to show why Ferrari had placed their trust in him. Then Stirling Moss broke into the 1 minute 43 seconds. It was the first lap time that made everyone sit up and take notice. From that moment on, the target was clear: dip below 1 minute 42 seconds, or forget about the front rows. Tony Brooks answered the challenge late in the session, delivering a superb lap that edged under that crucial mark just before the checkered flag. Moss was unable to respond. His Van Wall engine seized, abruptly ending his day and forcing him to wait until Saturday for another chance. As soon as the pits opened the following day, the sense of urgency returned instantly. Cars were released onto the circuit almost at once, everyone eager to find clear air and a decisive lap. It quickly became obvious that the fight for pole position was narrowing down to 3 names: Hawthorn, Moss, and Lewis Evans. Both Hawthorn and Moss succeeded in dipping under the 1 minute 42 barrier, setting the benchmark for the front row, while Lewis Evans is close enough to keep the pressure firmly on. Among the smaller engine cars, Graham Hill emerged as the quickest, putting his Lotus 16 on the clock at 1 minute 46 seconds. By the standards of the previous season, this would have been considered a strong effort, but in 1958 at Monza, it was simply not enough to challenge the front runners. In the final half hour, the circuit suddenly came alive again. The driving turned aggressive, right on the edge. It was Mike Hawthorn who first fired the warning shot, dipping into the 141 with a stunning lap. But Tony Brooks answered almost immediately, finding even more time and stopping the clocks at 141.2, 6/10 quicker than Hawthorn. For a moment, it felt decisive. Surely that was pole. Everyone thought so. Everyone except Stirling Moss. On his final attempt, Moss was in a different world altogether. When the time came up, 1 minute 40.5 seconds, the paddock fell silent. 7/10 faster than Brooks, an enormous margin at Monza. No one even tried to respond. That lap was simply beyond reach. So, the grid for the 1958 Italian Grand Prix ended up looking more or less as expected, at least further down the order. At the sharp end, however, the picture was far more uncomfortable for Ferrari. And this time, it happened right in front of the Tifosi. Until now, the Scuderia could always point to tight technical circuits or unsuitable layouts to explain their struggles. But here, at Monza, arguably the circuit that should suit Ferrari better than any other, they were outpaced by Van Wall. That's a worrying sign. On the ultimate power track, Ferrari had finally lost the straight-line battle, and pure horsepower alone was no longer enough.
Le qualifiche di ieri sono state davvero qualcosa di speciale. Mike Hawthorn con la Ferrari ha conquistato la terza posizione, mentre Tony Brooks è stato 6 decimi più veloce di lui, confermandosi ancora una volta come uno dei piloti più solidi e costanti nel lotto britannico. Ma la vera sensazione è stato Stirling Moss, che ha fermato il cronometro sull'incredibile tempo di 1 minuto e 40 secondi e 5 decimi. Un giro record, semplicemente straordinario. I piloti devono affrontare 70 giri per un totale di 404,5 km, ovvero 250 miglia. Un percorso lungo e durissimo per conquistare anche solo un punto. Ora i piloti sono pronti, adesso conta solo una cosa: come uomini e macchine sapranno affrontare e sopravvivere a Monza. Signore e signori, il Gran Premio d'Italia 1958 è partito!
As the flag dropped, the 3 Van Walls launched cleanly and immediately left Mike Hawthorn's Ferrari struggling in their wake. It was a poor getaway for Hawthorn, and for a brief moment the Tifosi had little to celebrate. But then came an unexpected hero. Phil Hill exploded off the line, slicing past all 3 Van Walls in one breathtaking charge. From 7th on the grid to 1st place in a matter of seconds, an astonishing sight. This was Hill's first proper outing in a Formula One Ferrari, and there he was, leading the Italian Grand Prix. An absolutely sensational start, and Monza erupted in disbelief and delight. Further back, the opening lap was far less glorious for Wolfgang von Trips. A slow start dumped him down to 11th place, and desperate to recover ground, he pushed hard from the very first corners. But on cold tyres, he misjudged his braking point, lost control, and slammed into Harry Schell's BRM. The collision eliminated both cars on the spot, a costly mistake and an abrupt end to their afternoon before the race had even settled. Hawthorn, meanwhile, was buried in 5th after the start, but he quickly settled into a relentless rhythm. Switching fully into race mode, he drove with precision and urgency, turning his Ferrari into a serious threat for the Van Walls ahead. First Brooks was dispatched, then Lewis Evans followed on the next lap. Soon Hawthorn was right on the tail of Stirling Moss, and even Moss could not resist the charge. Hawthorn swept past and set his sights on the leader. It did not take long. Closing rapidly on Phil Hill, Hawthorn made yet another decisive move and took the lead after a remarkable recovery drive. Olivier Gendebien was caught up in an early clash, and although he tried to continue, the damage told quickly. By lap 5, the suspension was so badly compromised that he could no longer control the car. His race was over almost as soon as it had begun. A brief and frustrating outing for the Belgian. Now the spotlight swings back to Moss. If he wants to stay in the title fight, victory is not optional. He responds immediately, picking off Phil Hill and setting his sights on the red Ferrari ahead. Before long, he is right on Hawthorn's tail, and what follows is a genuine duel for the lead. Lap after lap, the advantage changes hands. Moss ahead one moment, Hawthorn the next. For 8 laps straight, the lead swaps back and forth in a relentless rhythm. No tactics, no saving, just two drivers pushing flat out. This is Formula One at its purest, the kind of battle worth every ticket in the grandstands. Phil Hill's dream run then hits a sudden snag. The left rear tyre begins to delaminate, forcing an unexpected pit stop. Any momentum he had built is instantly gone, and by the time he rejoins the race, he has fallen all the way back to 10th place. On lap 13, Tony Brooks's race begins to unravel. His Van Wall starts leaking oil, forcing him to back off and dive into the pits. By the time he rejoins, all momentum is gone, and he has fallen down to 9th place. A heavy blow in a race where every second matters. But suddenly Moss begins to lose momentum. This is alarming. He knows he cannot afford even a minor issue if the championship is still within reach. He heads straight for the pits, already suspecting the worst. And he's right. The gearbox has failed. There's nothing the mechanics can do. Stirling Moss is out. The reaction in the Ferrari camp is instant, a mix of tension and excitement. With Moss eliminated, everything changes. If Mike Hawthorn can take victory here at Monza, the title could be decided on home soil, in front of the Tifosi. What a dramatic prospect. Now, Ferrari just has to finish the job. Hawthorn now switches into pure damage limitation mode. The risks are gone, the flamboyance dialed back. This is no longer about spectacle, but about control. The sole objective is simple: bring the Ferrari home in first place. For Phil Hill, however, restraint is not on the menu. Eager to impress Enzo Ferrari and stake his claim within the team, he begins to push harder with every lap. While doing so, he even finds time to overtake Maston Gregory along the way. And on lap 26, he delivers a blistering 1:42.9, the fastest lap of the race. An extraordinary performance from the young American, showing flashes of brilliance astonishingly early in his Grand Prix career. But now trouble strikes John Behra. His brakes begin to fade, forcing him to dive into the pits for an inspection. Unfortunately, nothing happens quickly in a 1950s pit lane. The stop costs him dearly. By the time he rejoins the race, Phil Hill, Maston Gregory, and Tony Brooks have all swept past. Behra drops to 6th place. And ladies and gentlemen, Monza was proving merciless to engines and machinery alike. Barely a lap later, Stuart Lewis Evans' Van Wall erupted in a puff of smoke, another brutal retirement. That made it 2 out of 3 Van Walls eliminated. The car was a technical masterpiece, yes, but also a razor-edge prototype, balancing innovation against fragility. Now everything rested on Tony Brooks. If anyone was left to spoil Ferrari's celebration and delay a championship decision at Monza, it was him. But Brooks was running only 4th, and the Ferraris ahead were strong, stable, and very much in control today. And the carnage doesn't stop there. Moments later, Hans Hermann's faithful Maserati 250F also succumbs, its engine finally crying enough. He was running a very respectable 6th in the aging but usually bulletproof car. When even a well-seasoned Maserati engine gives up the fight, you know this race is truly brutal on man and machine alike. And now we enter true Monza territory, where something unusual, or outright dramatic, is almost guaranteed. From this moment on, the entire rhythm of the race shifts. It all starts when Hawthorn dives into the pits for a tyre change. With that single stop, the lead suddenly falls into the hands of rookie Phil Hill. The tifosi erupt. This isn't just excitement anymore. This is admiration. In one afternoon, the young American has earned the respect not only of Enzo Ferrari and the Scuderia, but of the crowd itself. Of course, Phil Hill can't escape strategy forever. He too needs fresh tyres, and once he pits, Hawthorn retakes the lead. But Ferrari's moment of calm doesn't last long. During Hill's stop, Maston Gregory and Tony Brooks slips past him on track. And that is an immediate warning sign for Maranello. A Van Wall between the Ferraris is never good news. Suddenly the danger is very real. And we still haven't really talked about the man running second, the Kansas City Flash. The young American is having the drive of his life today. He's not simply closing the gap to Hawthorn, he's harassing him, lap after lap, looking for a way through. This is only his 8th Grand Prix, yet here he is, putting relentless pressure on the championship leader, and doing it in what many would still call an old warhorse. For several laps, the race settled into a tense rhythm, nothing dramatic on the surface, yet everything was slowly shifting underneath. Then suddenly, Jean Bera's BRM began to falter. The engine revved wildly as he searched desperately for a gear, but there was nothing there. The transmission had simply given up. With no drive left, Bera had no choice but to retire once again. It was his 6th retirement of the season, another cruel blow in what had already been a painfully unlucky year. Maston Gregory is undeniably quick, but his relentless pursuit of Hawthorn has punished his tyres badly. Realizing he can't go on like this, he dives into the pits and then does something extraordinary. He steps out of the car and hands it over to Carroll Shelby to carry on. The Maserati rejoins the race in 4th place. But hold on. By 1958, car sharing was effectively outlawed when it came to championship points. While it wasn't strictly forbidden in every sense, Shelby is back out on track and circulating in 4th, but without any points. Yes, it's a clever loophole, but one with teeth. Because while Shelby can't score a single championship point, he can still happily get in everyone else's way. Legal? Just about. Popular? Not a chance. Try pulling that move today and you'd be disqualified, fined, and probably escorted out by security. But this is Monza. And just look at Giulio Cabianca. In his very first Grand Prix, he's running 5th. 2 championship points are right there, practically already framed and hanging on the wall. And then, Monza happens. The engine lets go in spectacular fashion. The dream evaporates in a cloud of smoke, and Cabianca can do nothing but roll to the side of the circuit and contemplate how cruel Formula One can be to rookies. Cast your eyes to the score charts, and the picture is brutal. Only 8 cars are still circulating. That's all. Monza is doing what Monza does best, grinding men and machines down to the last bolt. We're now on lap 58, and the attrition isn't finished yet. It's Maria Teresa de Filippis. Her Maserati had been hanging on bravely, running 5th, right there in the points. And then the engine gives up, and the car coasts to the side of the track. Another victim claimed by the Temple of Speed. With 10 laps remaining, only 7 cars continue to circulate. The attrition has been relentless, but at the front, there is little sign of restraint. Hawthorn and Brooks are still driving at full pace. Two British rivals separated by little more than intent. Then, without fuss and without resistance, Hawthorn eases his car aside. Brooks goes through. There is no celebration from the crowd. By allowing Brooks to pass, Hawthorn preserves his machine and secures the points that matter most. 6 points now are worth more than a broken engine and an empty finish. For the remainder of the race, Brooks presses on relentlessly, while Hawthorn wisely eases his pace. Around them, the few remaining cars settle into survival mode, content simply to reach the checkered flag intact. When Tony Brooks crosses the line, a warm and genuine ovation greets him, even here in Ferrari territory. The Tifosi, perhaps more than any spectators in the world, understand and respect pure speed. This is Brooks' third victory of the season, achieved with composure and authority. Hawthorn follows him home in second place. These are calculated points carefully banked, and they will travel with him to the final race of the season as a valuable insurance policy. Third place goes to Phil Hill. Once again, the young American delivers a performance of remarkable maturity. In only his early outings at this level, he has already announced himself among the elite of Formula One. Fourth place is an unusual footnote. Officially classified is Maston Gregory, though the car was later driven by Carroll Shelby and therefore carries no championship reward. Fifth place belongs to Roy Salvadori, 8 laps down, but nonetheless classified. A quiet testament to perseverance on a circuit that showed little mercy. And so, Mike Hawthorn raises the bar once more. With 40 championship points to his name, he arrives at the final round with a firm, if not unassailable, advantage. Sterling Moss's hopes are now hanging by the thinnest of mathematical threads, kept alive only by Tony Brooks's intervention here at Monza. In the wider picture, little has changed at the sharp end. Yet one detail is worth noting. Roy Salvadori's modest but valuable 2 points are enough to lift him into fourth place in the standings, edging ahead of the late Peter Collins. And with this result, history is made. Tony Brooks' victory does more than add another chapter to an already remarkable season. It seals the very first Constructors' Championship in Formula One history. Van Wall are crowned champions. This moment turns the 1958 Italian Grand Prix into something truly special. Not only a battle of drivers, not only a championship fight for the title, but the race where a team title is finally decided. Van Wall's success is no accident. Throughout the season, they have combined consistent pace with technical innovation, disc brakes, fuel injection, and a chassis shaped by science rather than tradition. While Ferrari relied on raw horsepower and heroic driving, Van Wall brought a modern, almost clinical approach to racing. And over the course of a long, unforgiving season, that approach proved decisive. And with Monza behind us, the title fight refuses to die. One race remains, one final roll of the dice. The championship now heads south, across continents, to unfamiliar roads and uncharted pressure. The Moroccan Grand Prix. New circuit, new dangers, and one last chance for destiny to choose its side. We'll see you there, where the 1958 season writes its final line. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final boss fight of the 1958 Formula One season. And today's arena is the Ain Diab circuit, just outside Casablanca, Morocco. Yes, Formula One has finally packed its bags and left Europe. Well, almost. Because let's be honest, in 1958, this World Championship is basically a European road trip with one holiday in Argentina and a confusing postcard from Indianapolis. But now comes something fresh, something exotic: Africa. And here's a remarkable detail. Morocco declared independence from France just 1 year ago and is currently engaged in a full-scale conflict with Spanish forces to reclaim lost territories. 1 minute it's geopolitics, the next minute it's, gentlemen, start your engines. If that's not multitasking, nothing is. It's true, Ain Diab will host only a single official Formula One race. But what a race it will be. Moss, Hawthorn, Lewis Evans. 3 names destined to be written into history forever. As the Moroccan circuit itself remains stubbornly out of reach in the digital age, a worthy substitute has been sought. After weeks of careful consideration and no small amount of quiet frustration, Briar Motorsport Park has been selected to stand in for this historic Grand Prix. It is, of course, a necessary compromise, but one made in the service of authenticity, continuity, and above all, respect for the race we are recreating. We trust you will understand. Sometimes history must be reimagined, so that it may be remembered. But before the drama unfolds, let's see how the teams prepared for this final showdown. The best odds, on paper at least, lay with Ferrari. Mike Hawthorn arrived in Morocco with a comfortable championship lead of 8 points, the equivalent of 25 points under today's scoring. A commanding margin, and one that gave the Scuderia every reason for quiet confidence. Ferrari came to Indy immaculately prepared. Each car had been painstakingly inspected, refined, and tuned for this final encounter. Their driver lineup had been reduced to just 3. Wolfgang von Tripp's accident at Monza had proved more serious than first believed. In the previous round, Van Wall lost 2 cars out of 3, one to a gearbox failure, the other to overheating. It could hardly fail to affect the team's mood. Yes, Van Wall had already secured the Constructors' Championship, but more often than not, it was achieved with a single car finishing, while the others expired on the way. Razor-edge engineering, it seemed, brought brilliance and fragility in equal measure. This, then, was the atmosphere in which Stirling Moss arrived at his defining moment. The championship decider. He was fast, perhaps the fastest man on the grid, but today, speed alone would not be enough. He needed reliability, yes, but also fortune and in abundance. To take the title, Moss had to win, set the fastest lap, and see Hawthorn finish no higher than 3rd, a combination of circumstances rarely seen, and one Moss himself had seldom enjoyed. Alongside him were Brooks and Lewis Evans, teammates, allies, and perhaps his last remaining hope that Van Wall could tip the balance in his favor. The rest of the field arrived as a fascinating mix, because the organizers chose to run a combined Formula 1 and Formula 2 event. No fewer than 25 cars were entered, and most of them were Coopers. In fact, in the Formula 2 category, every single car was a Cooper. It was a clear sign that the winds of change were already blowing through the lower formulas. Small, light, agile, the Cooper was becoming irresistibly attractive to the smaller constructors. Even Cooper themselves were effectively split in 2. Alongside their Formula 1 entries for Roy Salvadori and Jack Fairman, they also fielded 2 Formula 2 cars, driven by Jack Brabham and young Bruce McLaren. Rob Walker Racing Team also appeared in both categories. Maurice Trintignant handled the Formula 1 entry, while Francois Picard took the wheel of the Formula 2 car. BRM arrived as usual, except their already expanded lineup had grown even larger. Alongside Behrer, Shell and Bonnier, Ron Flockhart joined the team, making it a 4-car effort. 4 entries from one squad is usually Ferrari territory, so BRM were clearly feeling confident. Lotus, once again, has virtually no chance here, but they show up anyway, and that's the Lotus way. Dead last in the Constructors' Championship, facing long odds and a brutal circuit, they simply don't care. They arrive in Morocco with 2 cars, the Lotus 12 for Cliff Allison and the Lotus 16 for Graham Hill. And of course the Maseratis arrived as well, though this time only 4 of them: Gregory, Guarini, Hermann and Seidel. With no factory backing whatsoever, they're very much on their own out there. Honestly, if any one of them finishes inside the top 10, it's nothing short of a miracle. And here comes something new. A brand new team enters the field, British Racing Partnership, or BRP, founded by none other than Alfred Moss. Yes, Stirling Moss's father. The team was originally created to support Stirling in 1957. Now, they step onto the grid as a privateer outfit. They are not a works team yet. They begin their journey with borrowed Coopers and a single driver, Tom Bridger. And honestly, it's always a pleasure to welcome new names and new teams to the grid.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racing fans from every corner of the world, welcome to the Indy circuit here in Casablanca, Morocco, for the final and most dramatic chapter of the 1958 Formula 1 World Championship. This is not just another Grand Prix. This is the decider. Never before has Formula 1 ended its season on such unfamiliar, exotic ground, and that makes this moment even more historic. Here, far from the traditional European circuit, destiny waits for the bravest, the fastest, and the most relentless.
So, the first practice for the 1958 Moroccan Grand Prix was less about chasing ultimate lap times and more about learning the circuit. The weather was hot, very hot, and that alone was enough to change everything. High air temperatures reduce engine performance because hot air is less dense than cold air. That means fewer oxygen molecules enter the engine with each intake stroke, which directly limits how much fuel can be burned. Less oxygen equals less combustion, and less combustion equals less power. In short, the engines quite literally couldn't breathe as well as they would in cooler conditions. On top of that, cooling systems were far less efficient in the 1950s. Radiators, oil coolers, and airflow management were basic by today's standards, so overheating became a real concern. Drivers couldn't just run flat out lap after lap. They had to manage temperatures, short shift gears, and sometimes even back off entirely to protect the machinery. So, instead of pushing for record-breaking laps, most drivers used practice to memorize braking points, corners, bumps, and sight lines. Just as everyone expected, the fight for pole position was between Hawthorn and Moss, and neither wasted any time. Both went straight out and began laying down laps in the 2-minute 32-second range. Then Tony Brooks arrived and changed the picture completely. He immediately dropped into the 2-minute 28 seconds, slicing away a massive chunk of time and signaling that the real qualifying battle had just begun. Fired up, Brooks kept pushing harder and harder, eventually stopping the clocks at an astonishing 2 minutes 25.6 seconds. At that point, even he knew it was time to ease off and preserve the machinery. Later in the afternoon, around 5 p.m., as the air began to cool slightly, a fresh wave of fast laps swept across the circuit. And then Jean Behra raised the bar again with a blistering 2-minute 25.2, the fastest time yet. Surprisingly, Stirling Moss was nowhere near these numbers. That alone raised eyebrows, because when Moss isn't near the top, it usually means something is wrong. And this time, it was clearly something with the car. But the next day brought a complete change in conditions. The blazing heat vanished, replaced by a cool breeze, clouds, and mist. Perfect air for a combustion engine. Everyone knew immediately that lap times would tumble. Moss wasted no time. He went straight out and began pushing hard, and then his engine exploded. That explained his strangely subdued pace the day before. So, Moss returned to the pits, climbed into Tony Brooks' car, swapped the number stickers, and headed back out. His very first timed lap matched Jean Behra's best from the previous day, a clear signal that the pole battle was very much alive. Then, unexpectedly, Joe Bonnier in the BRM went quickest with a 2 minutes 25 seconds flat, but Moss wasn't done. He kept squeezing more and more out of Brooks' car and soon delivered a stunning 2 minutes 23.2, a massive leap forward. Lewis Evans came closest, stopping the clock at 2:23.7, and then Mike Hawthorn entered the fray. After several hard-charging laps, he finally edged past Moss by just 1/10 of a second. At that moment, Moss knew the fight was over. The Ferrari had the edge today, and he simply couldn't beat it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a qualifying session we have just witnessed here at ICM. A true battle against the clock, the heat, and the pressure of the championship on the line. On pole position, car number 6, Mike Hawthorn in the Ferrari, delivers with his massive post. A blistering lap 2 minutes 23.1 seconds puts the championship leader right in front of the grid. Calm, precise, perfectly timed. Right alongside him, only a 10th of a second behind, is car number 8, Stirling Moss on the battle. Moss is right there, breathing down Hawthorn's neck, and clearly ready to fight for everything today. Third of the grid goes to car number 12, Stuart Evans, also in a battle, just 6/10 off pole. A superb effort from the young Brit, putting Vanderbilt right in the thick of the action. Fourth is car number 14, Jean Behra in the BRM, only 7/10 away from the fastest time. That's a strong showing from Behra, proving once again he can mix it with the very best on his day. And completing the top 5 on car number 4, Bill Hill in the Ferrari, 1 second on pole. A solid performance from the American rookie. firmly placing himself among the front runners once again. In just over 53 laps of weight driver, covering a grueling 403 kilometers, that's 250 miles of speed, heat and mechanical survival. It's a hard battle ahead, and every corner, every straight, every gear change could decide a world championship. Ladies and gentlemen, the tension is unbearable. The engines are alive, the flags are ready, the time has come. The final race of the 1958 season here in Monaco is on.
Guess what? It's Stirling Moss again. Another lightning launch, and he's straight into the lead. And just like deja vu, Phil Hill is already in his mirrors and up to second after a brilliant getaway from fifth on the grid. Honestly, if there were a Rookie of the Year trophy in 1958, it would already have Phil Hill's name engraved on it. The American has burst into Formula One like a rocket. While Hawthorne drops from pole to third, he still holds a strong strategic advantage. Phil Hill, running ahead, is his perfect joker, ready to block, defend, or even gift him second place if needed. But Phil Hill also knows there's a much more entertaining option: pass Moss, win the race, and casually rescue Hawthorne's championship, all as a rookie. But youth comes with a touch of optimism, because to stay with Moss, you have to live on the very edge, and Phil Hill's Ferrari simply couldn't match Moss's disc brakes under heavy braking. The result? Hill skids wide, spins, and suddenly the American dream hits a small reality check. He gets going again, but the damage is done. Hawthorne and Bonnier slip past, and Hill drops to fourth. Over the next few laps, Phil Hill sent the Tifosi into absolute ecstasy. He found his rhythm again and swept past Bonnier to reclaim third. And ahead is Hawthorne. And in the Ferrari pit, the ideal move would have been to hang out a pit board and lock the order down. But no such sign ever appeared. Instead, Hill did exactly what the crowd secretly hoped for. He attacked Hawthorne, passed him cleanly, and moved into second place. Now only Stirling Moss remained ahead. Hill launched into pursuit, but Moss held his ground, and the order finally settled, for a while. Jan Behra puts Lewis Evans under serious pressure, and this time it pays off. He forces his way through and moves ahead. Behra is in tremendous form today. So this is one of those races, either a big points haul or retirement number 7 of the season. 50-50? Oh no. With Behra, it's never 50-50. Ron Flockhart is battling away in 11th place when disaster strikes. The camshaft in his BRM gives up. And just like that, the Englishman's only Grand Prix appearance of the season comes to a premature end. But Moss isn't alone out there. Tony Brooks, running fourth, begins harassing Mike Hawthorne, and that's exactly the kind of pressure the Ferrari driver doesn't need. Brooks makes his move and gets past, and Hawthorne immediately knows this is bad business. He strikes back at once and retakes third. What follows is 10 laps of pure stubborn warfare. Brooks passes, Hawthorne responds, and neither man is willing to blink. While the leaders stretch their legs up front, the real drama becomes this relentless duel for third place. Wheel to wheel, lap after lap, with neither driver giving an inch. Jan Behra begins to slide back toward 8th, his early charge clearly fading. At first it looks like a loss of rhythm, but soon the real problem becomes obvious: overheating. With temperatures climbing and the engine in distress, he has no choice but to retire. Another strong drive ends early, marking his 7th retirement of the season. During the fierce duel between Hawthorne and Brooks, both drivers push their machines to the absolute limit, but the strain finally proves too much for the Van Wall. On lap 30, its engine ends its life in a loud bang and a spectacular cloud of smoke. Of course, it's a Van Wall that retires with an exploding engine. Some traditions never die. And there's a reason for it. 1958 is the first season where avgas is mandatory fuel, and Ferrari arrived with engines designed for it from the start. Van Wall's 254 engine, however, was converted. That means less power and more fragility. And cruising in 4th is Joe Bonnier, a fine position indeed. His race pace is right on par with the leaders, proving once again that he is a perfect addition to BRM. The Swedish driver fits the team beautifully, and Alfred Owen clearly agrees. sealing the deal with a 2-year contract offer to Bonnier. So, Moss is leading the race by a huge margin, over 19 seconds clear of rookie Phil Hill. And now, the Scuderia has to act. They have already lost the Constructors' Championship, but the driver's title is still on the line. It is clear Phil Hill simply cannot close the gap to Moss. So the board comes out. Phil Hill must slow down to help Hawthorn move into second. This is their only remaining chance. And on lap 38, the swap finally happens. If things stay exactly like this, Hawthorn now holds the golden ticket to the championship. For Moss, this is the nightmare scenario. And once again, his infamous bad luck seems to be striking at the worst possible moment. And now, disaster strikes for Lewis Evans. His engine lets go and sends him off the track violently. Unlike Brooks, this time it all goes horribly wrong. The crash ruptures the fuel tank and the car immediately bursts into flames. Lewis Evans manages to escape the wreck and runs away, but in the opposite direction from where help is coming. After a short distance, he collapses and is rushed to hospital. During the race, his condition remains unclear. For the final 10 laps, nothing dramatic unfolds, and that in itself feels like a victory. The drivers are simply grateful to reach the finish without mechanical failure. Moss throws everything he has into the closing stages, leading the race and setting fastest laps in a desperate bid to keep his title hopes alive. He crosses the finish line in commanding fashion. But it still isn't enough. Mike Hawthorn finishes second, and that single result is all he needs. He is the 1958 Formula One World Champion, the first British driver to ever achieve the title. It marks the beginning of a new era, one that will see British drivers shape the sport for decades to come. And while Stirling Moss may well have been the fastest man of the season, 4 victories to Hawthorn's 1, championships are not won on speed alone. They are won with relentless consistency, with points gathered race after race, with finishes when others fail. Hawthorn did not need to dominate. He needed to endure, and he did. Through pressure, setbacks, and the emotional weight of losing his close friend Peter Collins mid-season, Hawthorn kept delivering results when they mattered most. He stayed in the fight, never faded, never cracked, and when the dust finally settled, he stood on top. Moss was magnificent. Hawthorn was relentless, and in 1958, the latter won the crown. And third is Phil Hill. The American youngster proves once again that he can fight at the front, and this is a wonderful beginning to his career, finishing the Moroccan Grand Prix on the podium for the second race in a row after Monza. Fourth is Sweden's Joe Bonnier, a new face at BRM and a very worthy one. He collects 3 valuable points, finishing ahead of teammate Harry Schell. Not a bad day at all for the rookies. And here we are, finally reaching the moment the entire championship has been building toward, the final scores. Britain's Mike Hawthorn is the 1958 Formula One World Champion, relentless, unbreakable, and the hardest nut to crack. The Ferrari 246 beneath him was a simple but brutal machine. It may have lost the battle of high technology, but it won the war through sheer consistency and power, a lot of power. Stirling Moss, meanwhile, finishes second in the championship for the 4th consecutive year, 3 times behind Fangio and now behind Hawthorn. Perhaps that is why he earned the immortal title, the king without a crown. Third is Tony Brooks. He won 3 races this season, and all his points came from those victories alone, a truly exceptional way to score in a championship. Roy Salvadori finished 4th. The Cooper driver stood on the podium twice this year, one of those coming with a superb second place at that unforgettable German Grand Prix. After the race, all eyes turned away from the championship celebrations and toward the medical updates on Stuart Lewis Evans. His accident had been terrifying. The van wall burst into flames after the impact, and although he escaped the wreck, he suffered severe burns and smoke inhalation. In the days that followed, the motorsport world held its breath. Messages of support poured in from drivers, teams, and fans across Europe. Stirling Moss, his teammate and close friend, remained deeply concerned, knowing just how serious the injuries were. Tragically, Lewis Evans' condition worsened. Despite the best efforts of doctors, complications from his burns set in. 6 days after the accident, On October 25, 1958, Stuart Lewis Evans passed away. After winning the 1958 World Championship, Mike Hawthorn made a decision. He retired from Formula One. At just 29 years old, and at the very peak of his career, Hawthorn chose to walk away from racing. The season had taken a heavy emotional toll on him, especially after the tragic loss of his close friend and teammate Peter Collins earlier in the year. Combined with the increasing dangers of the sport, Hawthorn felt it was time to step back and enjoy life away from the cockpit. He returned to England and began focusing on a quieter life. However, his retirement was tragically short-lived. On January 22, 1959, just 3 months after winning the championship, Mike Hawthorn was killed in a road accident while driving his Jaguar on the A3 near Guildford. He was only 29 years old. His death stunned the motorsport world. Hawthorn remains one of the most poignant figures in Formula One history. A world champion who achieved the ultimate prize, stepped away at the top, and was lost far too soon. So ends the 1958 season. A year not merely of racing, but of transformation. It was the last chapter of Juan Manuel Fangio's era, the quiet passing of a titan whose shadow had defined the sport since its very beginning. In his wake, Ferrari rose with renewed force. The 246 was not the most advanced machine on the grid, but it was relentless, honest, and devastatingly effective, proving that consistency could still conquer innovation. Yet innovation was already knocking. For the first time, a rear-engined car claimed victory, and with it, Cooper quietly rewrote the rulebook. Small, light, unconventional. Their approach would soon transform Formula One forever. Vanwall, meanwhile, stood at the cutting edge, a masterpiece of British engineering, fast, brave and fragile, the embodiment of razor-edge performance. 1958 was also the first season for Lotus, planting the seeds of a future dynasty, and the first steps of many who would become legends. Bruce McLaren, Phil Hill, Carroll Shelby, Graham Hill, names that would echo through decades of motorsport. And for the first time, a woman took her place on the Formula One grid. Maria Teresa de Filippis broke barriers not with noise, but with courage. Even a quiet name appeared on the entry lists. Bernie Ecclestone, unnoticed then, yet destined to reshape the sport from behind the scenes. But this season came at a terrible cost. Pat O'Connor, Luigi Musso, Peter Collins, Stuart Lewis Evans, and cruelly, Mike Hawthorn himself. What an unbearable price for glory. 1958 gave us champions, revolutions, and heartbreak all at once. Dear Grand Prix TV viewers, thank you. Your passion keeps these legendary seasons alive. Your support fuels the journey, and your love for racing history gives meaning to every lap we revisit. Until the next chapter, keep the spirit of racing alive, and we'll see you at the next start line.